Ladies and gentlemen, the symposium will begin in 5 minutes. Please be seated. It's 9 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Master of Ceremony, Mr. Cedric Peterson.
Good morning, everybody. Our symposium for this year is about to begin. Before doing so, I'd like to ask everyone to please, you have your cell phones? It is an ICT technology-driven program. Let me see, everyone hold up your cell phones. Hold them up. Very good. The organizing committee has basically commissioned a cyber task force. They will be among you secretly. Should your phones go off making any type of disturbances, your phones will be subjected to ransomware, where you will have to subject a small fee to the committee for next year's symposium. So the bottom line is that we'd like to have your phones silenced or vibrate so that the presentations could go as smoothly as possible. So if you could do that at this time, we will greatly appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I'd like to ask you to please stand to acknowledge the Governor of Aruba, His Excellency Alfonso Buchhout. Followed by the Governor of Curaçao, Her Excellency Lucille George Wout, and her distinguished spouse, Mr. Herman George. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the arrival of the Governor of St. Martin, His Excellency Eugene Holliday, and his distinguished spouse, First Lady, Mrs. Mary Louise Holliday. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing as we'll have the playing of the Wilhelmus and our St. Martin song at this time.
Where over the world, say where, you find an island there, so lovely small, with nations free, with people French and Dutch, though talking English much, as the St. Martin in the sea. Oh, sweet St. Martin's land, so bright by pigeons stand, with sailors on the sea and harbors free, where the chains of mountains green variously in sunlight sheen. Oh, I love that paradise, nature's beauty fairly nice. Oh, I love that paradise, nature's beauty fairly nice. How pretty between all green, flamboyance beaming green, of flowers red, my sunlight set, thy cows and sheep and goats, in meadows or on roads, thy donkeys king, I can't forget. Oh, sweet St. Martin's land, so bright by beach and strand, with sailors on the sea and harbors free, where the chains of mountains green variously in sunlight sheen. Oh, I love that paradise, nature's beauty fairly nice. Oh, I love that paradise, nature's beauty fairly nice. Saint Martin, I love thy name, in which Columbus fame and memories of old are close. For me a great delight, thy Southern Cross the night. May God the Lord protect thy coast. Oh, sweet St. Martin's land, so bright by beach and strand, with sailors on the sea and harbors free, where the chains of mountains gleam variously in sunlight sheen. Oh, I love that paradise, nature's beauty fairly nice. Oh, I love thy paradise, nature's beauty fairly nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may take your seats at this time. Your Excellency, the Governor of Curaçao, Mrs. Lucille George Wout, and Mr. Herman George. Your Excellency, the Governor of Aruba, Mr. Alfonso Burkhardt. Your Excellency, Governor Holliday and Mrs. Holliday. President of Parliament, the Honorable Sarah Westcott Williams. Prime Minister, the Honorable William Marlin. Honorable Members of Parliament, Honorable Members of the Council of Ministers, Honorable Members of the Executive Council of the French Territory of St. Martin, Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecommunication Union and keynote speaker for this symposium, Mrs. Bernadette Lewis, featured speakers, members of clergy, other distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Governor of St. Martin, His Excellency Dr. Anders Eugene Holliday, I hereby bid you a warm welcome to this 6th Annual Governors Symposium under the theme, ICT Governance, Securing Our Future. Without further ado, I'd like to begin our program this morning, and it is my pleasure to invite His Excellency Governor Holliday to deliver the opening address and officially open this year's symposium.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with great pleasure that I bid you welcome to the 6th Annual Governors Symposium. I hereby also, on behalf of my wife, Marie-Louise, and the people of St. Martin, take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to those of you joining us from overseas to participate in this year's symposium, and in particular to our keynote speaker, Ms. Bernadette Lewis, and our featured speaker, Mr. Bevel Wooding. Welcome. I also would like to take this opportunity to extend a special welcome and greetings to my colleagues, the Governor of Aruba, Mr. Alfonso Buchholz, and the Governor of Curaçao, Mrs. Lucille George Wout, as well as to her husband, Mr. Herman George. It is good to have you participating in this year's Governor's Symposium after trying for so many times to attend. Good to have you. Ladies and gentlemen, the goal of this 6th Annual Governor's Symposium is to increase awareness of the importance and of the risks involved in ICT. My intention is to contribute to the further development of an ICT governance agenda towards the shaping of our nation's future. At this symposium, regional and national speakers and panelists will speak and interact with you on developments in ICT. I believe that this topic is important because of the potential of ICT actions today to affect and or spur national growth tomorrow. I am therefore very pleased to see so many of you in attendance here this morning. The potential of ICT is embedded in the fact that increasingly ICT is everywhere, influencing everyone and everything, and at the same time, highly vulnerable. To put this into perspective, it should be noted that it is not that long ago that ICT's role in our lives was hardly noticeable. I say this based on the following highlights in my personal experiences with ICT. In 1982, during my first year in university, I used a computer for the first time. It was a cumbersome mainframe computer. In 1987, I started working and used my first desktop computer. A quick glance shows us how different these devices were when compared to today's computer devices. In 1994, I used my first mobile phone, which is a world removed from today's mobile phones. And in 1997, I opened my first email account on my desktop computer. Fast forward to today, I have multiple online accounts, an Amazon account, a Netflix account, a Facebook account, to name a few, all connected to my mobile phone. Ladies and gentlemen, over a span of 35 years, and primarily during the last 20 years, ICT has in effect transformed and continues to transform our lives. As I said, ICT is increasingly everywhere and influencing everyone and everything. There are people who practically live online. Our mobile phones have evolved into computers on the go. Our vehicles are increasingly computers on wheels. Our medical devices are software-driven computers, and these and other devices are becoming increasingly interconnected via the internet. It is estimated that by 2020, 4 billion people will be connected, using more than 25 million applications, transmitting in excess of 50 trillion gigabytes of data, and representing $4 trillion worth of business. In short, the transition to the Internet of Things, where everyone and everything will be interconnected, is upon us, and we cannot afford to fall behind. Our 21st century digital reality has changed the way we interact and behave, and with that, our expectations. There is, as a result, a need for a national ICT governance agenda, GOS 21.0. GOS 21.0, which stands for 21st Century Governance Operating Systems. GOS 21.0 is necessary to navigate the digital world we live in, to ensure a more effective management of our socio-economic development. Considering the bandwidth allotted to me to communicate my message, I shall, wrapping up, touch briefly on what I view as four cornerstones of the GOS 21.0 agenda. First, the success of our GOS 21.0 agenda will depend on the establishment of a national governance structure as an integral part of the agenda anchored in legislation, core elements of which should include a chief information officer in government and a coordination mechanism with broad-based public-private participation to develop and oversee the implementation of the agenda. Second, to leverage the opportunities of ICT, it is, in my view, imperative that mandatory ICT education is established as a focal point of the GOS 21.0 agenda. Third, access and the speed of transmission of data and information over the internet are key to this new interconnected world we live in. The growth of our tourism economy, and thus our livelihood, depends on it. GOS 21.0 therefore calls for a sound ICT infrastructure plan. Such a plan should facilitate continued upgrades and expansion of, for example, our fiber optic network to meet residents and tourist demand for high-speed broadband and wireless access. And fourth, the numerous media reports ranging from the hacking of bank accounts to the disruption of elections or to ransomware attacks on our government's systems underscore the need to protect our systems and data. As a result, cybersecurity, in terms of awareness, preparedness, and response programs, must be one of the cornerstones of our GOS 21.0 agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, former President Barack Obama, in speaking about the importance of ICT, stated, and I quote, "The internet is not a luxury, it is a necessity," unquote. It is therefore, in my opinion, an ongoing and urgent imperative to invest in an affordable, reliable, and safe ICT infrastructure to power our community in the digital age. By heeding this urgent imperative, it is thus in a concerted public-private effort to develop and implement our GOS 21.0 agenda, we stand to participate and benefit in the vast educational, healthcare, and socioeconomic opportunities of the digital age. On the flip side, we run the risk of being hacked and becoming disconnected from the rest of the world, only to be plunged into cyber darkness. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby emphasizing the imperative of an ICT governance agenda, GOS 21.0, to shape our future, declare this symposium open. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for setting the tone for today's Symposium 2017, ICT Governance, Shaping Our Future. As we continue, well, first I'd like to highlight, once again, ICT Agenda, GOS 21.0, the things that we must focus on. A call for the agenda to be established, the cornerstones that establish such an agenda: national ICT governance, mandatory ICT education, sound ICT infrastructure and a plan, and of course, a comprehensive security program to protect us as we go forward. Thank you once again, Your Excellency, for setting this tone. I'd like to now establish first, well, what is ICT governance? Why is this essential? Let's now get into the video presentation that kind of sets the tone and, of course, establish some of the answers to these questions before we present our next speaker. I now ask you to turn your attention to our screens for this video presentation.
Okay, we all understand governance is the action or manner of governing. But what about ICT governance, the action or manner of governing information communication technology? To understand this, we first have to take a look at the evolution of information communication. Let's start by rewinding the pages of time to take a look back at the history of information communication.
Communication is a key element of any thriving society, and as such, we humans have always found innovative ways of getting information from point A to point B, and thus communicating with each other. Some of these methods may seem primitive to us today, but at the time, these were the novelties of the day. Cave drawings, smoke signals, telling of stories, carrier pigeons, runners, semaphore flags, Morse code, telegram, radio, medieval couriers, mailman, telephone, telex, fax. Each of these methods have their own unique flaws or threats. And thus specific governance as a safeguard against these flaws and threats.
Now let's fast forward back to today and our modern technological forms of information communication, where everyone and everything is connected 24/7, and examine their flaws and threats. And thus the need for ICT governance whilst shaping our future.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our next speaker to the podium, the Prime Minister of St. Martin, the Honorable William Marlin.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, honorable members of the Council, members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The topic of this forum calls for a rethinking and reimagining of what a future St. Martin should be like in terms of its use and integration of information technology in our everyday life. We could look at this from the perspective of government's IT department and what the policy is with regards to harvesting the fruits of technology for the benefit of our people. I am, however, sure that there are better qualified experts who will address this point of view. Permit me, therefore, to take a broader view of the issue and share with you my vision of St. Martin in the next generation. All over the island, from school children to senior citizens, the smartphone has become a commonplace gadget. I understand that by last year, there were over 1 billion of them all across the globe. This means a dramatic change not only in how we communicate with one another, but also a total restructuring of our lives and even our society with smartphones as the driving vector. Smartphones have become so indispensable that we do not leave home without them. We could forget our keys, forget our watch, or even our glasses, and still drive off to wherever we may be going, but we would turn back immediately if we would forget our smartphone. Of course, the debate still rages on whether this is so smart of us. But while there is no denying the fact that a smartphone has become almost as essential as the air we breathe, the question becomes, along with this smartphone and the smart technology, do we have smart users or smart citizens? I ask this in view of the fact that I envision St. Martin as a smart city or a smart island in the not too distant future. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, St. Martin can become a smart city by the next generation. What is a smart city, you may ask? According to Andrea Cargiuli and Peter Nijkamp in a 2009 paper entitled Smart Cities in Europe, a city is defined as smart when investments in human and social capital and traditional transport and modern ICT communication infrastructure fuel sustainable development and a high quality of life with a wise management of natural resources through participatory action. But for Eduardo da Costa Paes, the former mayor of Rio de Janeiro, smart cities are those who manage their resources efficiently. Traffic, public services, and disaster response should be operated intelligently in order to minimize cost, reduce carbon emissions, and increase performance. This ultimate purpose of a smart city, in my humble view, is indeed to marry infrastructure to the needs of the people in such a way that it facilitates fair and equal access to government services and significantly reduces bureaucracy while greatly enhancing participation of the citizenry. In other words, a smart city employs digital technology to improve the lives of the people that reside in it. For this to happen, government must be able to offer strategic leadership, not only by embracing technology and innovation, but also by encouraging and nurturing the creativity of its citizens, especially the young and talented tech entrepreneurs. This brings me to the question Shakespeare posed in one of his lesser-known plays, what is the city but the people? Or translated into today's language, what is a smart city without smart people? The investment that is required in human capital means that we should redesign our educational system in order for it to be able to produce smart people without whom there can be no smart city. In fact, a smart city is known by its ability to attract and keep knowledgeable citizens. Amsterdam, one of Europe's smart cities, is also a knowledge city that boasts 21 universities of applied sciences, with 40% of its population having higher education. We will also need to invest, of course, in technology. This requires a huge financial outlay over a period of time. Needless to say, government does not have that financial possibility at this moment. But we cannot shy away from ensuring that we have enough capacity and backbone, as well as high-speed internet in all corners of St. Martin, if we want to transform our island into a smart city. We need to adopt an effective and efficient use of technology, not only in government administration, but also in our schools, banks, businesses, healthcare, traffic, and security services. Only an effective public-private partnership will enable us to achieve such a goal. I am convinced, however, that we shall get there if we follow a roadmap using the famous PPT, people, processes, and technology in a creative way. This means that we must study our people to determine their real needs and understand their uniqueness as well as their ideals and goals in life. Then we will have to develop a smart city policy and design plans and strategies on how the goals will be achieved. All of this must be done through an intensive involvement of the people in a transparent and easy manner that can be strengthened through the use of technology. For example, e-government. Wouldn't it be a great leap into the future for St. Martin if all our citizens could file their taxes online and apply for government permits online, shop for groceries online, and receive their medical reports on their smartphones? Wouldn't it make government more responsive if people could offer suggestions and file complaints directly to the various ministries and receive responses within hours? I guess that is what the Minister of Romi, the Honorable Christophe Emmanuel, had in mind when he launched the new app recently that would give the public direct access to officials in his ministry. What I am talking about is, of course, a paperless government serving a very wired community. It is the future our children deserve. It is the direction we have to go if we don't want to be left behind in this, the 21st century. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister, for your remarks this morning. So we have another additional agenda point to look at. People, processes, and technology, PPT. But it starts first and foremost with first seeing the vision of a smart city, as the Prime Minister has indicated. A vision that I've also embraced and looked at carefully and would love to see that in our 16 square mile island. But as the Prime Minister has indicated, it starts first and foremost with smart people, because that's the only way a smart city could be realized. So our education process in regard to ICT governance begins. But the question becomes the history. Where did we all start? We've plunged ourselves into modern technology. Smartphones, as the Prime Minister has indicated in his address, has dominated our society. But let's go back a little bit and establish, where did we come from? This next video presentation will highlight the infrastructure and the history of telecommunications on St. Martin, and it's presented to you today by our very own telecommunications company, Telam. I ask for your attention to our monitors for this video presentation.
Traditionally on the leading edge of technological advancement, the telecom sector on St. Martin has been guided by a vision put forward by the government many years ago in an official document called the Wired Community, from which St. Martin has maintained a path to bridging a digital divide, putting policies and practices in place to ensure that mobile and internet telecommunication services for the island are affordable and remain accessible to all persons in the St. Martin community, regardless of social and financial status. A series of devastating hurricanes starting in 1995 caused the island's telecommunication network to move from overhead to underground. Significant milestones of development over the years have included the building of an earth station on the Pontville, the first dial-up internet services starting with dial-up speeds of 56 kilobits per second and leading to Wi-Fi hotspots, mobile telephony, first analog and then digital. In 2001, the introduction of broadband via fixed wireless connectivity provided by a locally owned and operated ISP. A significant milestone was realized in 2005 with the addition of unprecedented bandwidth to St. Martin from the commissioning of an undersea fiber optic cable called SMPR-1. In 2006, mobile internet access came into its own when we realized the introduction of the first dongles with internet connections on our laptops. Then, in 2007, the island realized an ADSL network with a choice of ADSL, ADSL2, or the latest ADSL2+. Between 2010 and 2017, further improvements to the island's telecommunication infrastructure included the introduction of 3G, fixed wireless technology with speeds of up to 50 megabits per second, the launch of a 4G LTE network, and the first fiber to the home and fiber to the business networks and services offering speeds of up to 100 megabits per second. Up to now, telecommunications operators on St. Martin have deployed the latest telecommunications developments and innovations with software-driven and computer-based equipment to, in effect, create their own ICT foundations to reflect their changing responsibilities and the evolution of telecommunications services into ICT services generally.
From analog switches, physically connecting person to person, to rotary dials, putting the customer in control, not forgetting dial-up internet, to our first digital phones, or bricks, as we now lovingly call them, to modern smartphones pulling data from the cloud. Exponential growth and demand for bandwidth is making predictions of future needs very difficult. Fiber optics, then, is the best solution, at least for now.
It all begins with infrastructure and innovation. As we begin this first session this morning in our symposium, our presenter for this particular part was born and raised in St. Martin. He holds a bachelor's in information systems management from the University of Paris Dauphine in France, as well as several industry-recognized certifications. He's a member of the alumni of Harvard Kennedy School of Government, MIT Center for Information Systems, Research, and Aristide Scholar of the Wharton School of Business and the University of Pennsylvania. Upon graduating from the University of Paris Dauphine in France, our presenter and his cousin, Ali Roper, founded Computech, and an IT services company specialized in IT strategy consulting, technology services, and outsourcing. Currently serving as managing partner at Computech, he's responsible for leading Computech infrastructure, services and outsourcing businesses, as well as general management and business development. Recently, he has led the effort to fund and build the Computech Technology Center, a unique and innovative facility for strategy briefings, architecture and design, proof of concepts, cloud services, and training. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our presenter to the stage, Mr. Jean Arnel.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Cedric, for that introduction. And I have no idea why I have a blank slide, but I will have quite some information to share. Mr. Governor and Mrs. Holliday, thank you very much for the invitation to speak here, and I really liked your script earlier on. And I'll touch on some of those points of GOS 21.0. I'd like to thank members of the organizing committee that I was in touch with to speak here today. And I'll particularly like to recognize the presence of my business partner, Alan Roper, who is here, and Mark Boseman, who does some research for us and worked with me on this speech this morning. So I'm extremely honored to be here and speak on a topic that I've spent most of my life working on, and that is information communication technology. Let's see if I get this to work. Good. And recently, most of my work has been focused on legislation and policies, research on the topic. What I want to start with this morning, Cedric did it earlier on, but I didn't get to see the room. Can I have a show of hands of those of you carrying a mobile device or wearing some kind of technology? Good. So in this room, we have more than 100% mobile penetration rate. And what that means, obviously, is some of you are wearing technology and you're carrying several cellular phones. And that is actually in line with what we see internationally. Internationally, the growth, as the Prime Minister mentioned, of mobile devices and social media use has been tremendous over the past couple of years. For example, if you see Bermuda on the slide here, which is a Caribbean island, most Caribbean islands have mobile penetration rates of over 90%. And that is the case here of Bermuda, for example, which is cited in this report. And what we do with these mobile devices today is primarily data. We spoke about Netflix and using Facebook and all of these different apps. And you see here the growth of data use. So telephone companies are not really happy that we're not using our phones for actual voice calls. They're not making much money off of us as they did in the past. And net neutrality regulation is actually preventing them from inspecting our packets and looking at what we do with our phones. So the mobile phones you're carrying have processors that are much more powerful than those that ran Amazon.com in 1998. And it all starts with the infrastructure. We have that many connected devices today, and this would not be possible if it weren't for innovation. And I'll use a scenario throughout my presentation this morning, which is how we use mobile phones on the island as a tourist. And we look at whether our island is actually a smart island or not. And what connectivity do we provide? What apps do we provide for our tourists? Because our economy is primarily tourism-based. So I'll start by talking about the ICT industry in general, and I'll go on and discuss a framework to leveraging ICT for economic growth. I'll elaborate on our ICT infrastructure broadly as a foundation for execution. Our telecoms infrastructure, hardware, software, the regulatory environment, as well as the training programs which would be necessary. And I'll wrap up sharing a bit of my own experience on the subject. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in history, in the history of mankind, wealth can be created without having prior wealth. Meaning that wealth can be created from brains alone. Before, you needed to own people, own land, or vast amount of natural resources in order to create a product or service. About 6 months ago, the New York Times featured an article about the 8 wealthiest persons in the world that had as many wealth as the bottom half. And 7 out of those 8 wealthy persons are invested in ICT. That is their primary business. 30 years ago, the names Microsoft, Amazon, Google were not household names, were nowhere to be found on the Fortune 1000 list. However, as our lives changed and we began to use PCs and mobile devices, electronic forms of payment, the internet, social media, and online purchasing, our dynamics change, and disruption is the new normal. Apps like eBay, Uber, and Airbnb are revolutionizing the taxi industry, the accommodations industry, the hotel industry in the case of Airbnb, and eBay is the world's leading car dealership. So the rate of technological innovation in ICT has accelerated dramatically over the past 20 years.
Today, ICT accounts for 6% of the global economy. At any national level, about 80% of the economic benefits come from how ICT is used to increase productivity, while only 20% of economic value of ICT is purely from the ICT sector. The ICT industry broadly includes hardware, software, the internet, technology, content, apps, and other support services. Some of the largest and most successful firms has established themselves as keystone within vast business ecosystems, in which independent partners leverage their technology. ICT has become the foundation of every sector of our economy everywhere, reducing transaction costs, offering immediate connectivity to data, increasing the choice in the marketplace, and widening geographic scope of potential markets. So one may ask, where is this industry of cloud, Amazon, and drones taking us? Economists and scientists suggest that we are on the verge of a fourth industrial revolution. Indeed, the developments in mobility, cloud, the internet, genetics, artificial intelligence, 3D printing, etc., are amplifying and building on each other. This will lay the foundation for a revolution that we have never seen before. But this will also create a vast amount of divide. The rise in the sharing economy will allow people to monetize everything from their empty house to their car. So while the impending change holds great promise, the patterns of production, consumption, and employment are vastly changing. The question is, how do we, as business persons, government, and residents, react to these developments? To prevent a worst-case scenario, technological change accompanied by vast talent shortages and growing inequality, reskilling and upskilling is critical. Today, worldwide, there are 600,000 jobs available for data scientists. However, the major universities that we know are scrambling to include data mining and business analytics in their curriculums. The Future of Jobs report, published by the World Economic Forum in 2016, states that 65% of children entering primary school today will work in a job which does not currently exist. Thus, the risk of our island falling further behind is even more probable. So what I'm going to share with you this morning is how we can leverage technology to improve the competitiveness of our island. To enhance economic growth, I'll suggest a framework based on 4 pillars from some research and my own experience. For each component, I will offer an example, a successful example, as well as empirical evidence, which provide real evidence between the component itself and economic growth measured by GDP. So first, let's look at our macroeconomic model. What do we do on St. Martin? We are a tourism-based economy. So what happens when a tourist comes to the island that comes from an industrialized or developed country where technology, or a tourist that comes from a smart city, for example? What do they expect of our island? And what do our businesses and residents expect? First, let's look at our macroeconomic model, and let me share 2 examples of an industrial model and a services model. Silicon Valley, the industrial model, was born through several contributing factors intersecting, including skilled science and technology research lab, investment from the US defense spending, as well as Standard University and others that provided leadership for research. Together, these elements form the basis of its growth and success through the names of HP, Xerox, Tricom, etc. As of 2016, the San Francisco Bay Area employed about 250,000 information technology workers. It houses 39 of the Fortune 1000 companies and is the most expensive real estate market. In Asia, the Indian state of Bangalore is known as the Silicon Valley of Asia. And in Europe, Sofia Antipolis is an industrial hub for tech development in southern France. Now, if we take a look at a services model where companies leverage the research of the industrial ones, where they adapt technologies to localized needs and customize software, or simply train people to use the technology. So let me use an example that is closer to us here before talking about tourism. The Caribbean island of Bermuda has an economy that is primarily based on financial services, particularly reinsurance. In 2010, Microsoft sold 16 million in software licenses in Trinidad. That has 1.7 million people. In Bermuda, they sold 28 million, which has 80,000 people. The difference there is Bermuda is highly reliant and consume a great deal of technology. And as a result of that, Bermuda, as you know, has the fourth highest GDP per capita in the world at $84,000 per head, and one of the region's lowest unemployment rate. But what is more important is that for $1 of software license sold, there's $95 of value for software development and ICT related services. That is where the services model makes sense. So as Bermuda uses ICT for its financial services industry, let's think about how we can leverage ICT to improve the competitiveness of our economy, particularly our tourism industry. So here are a few examples of how we can improve the competitiveness of our tourism industry. And there's actually a very good UN paper on improving competitiveness of the tourism sector in the Caribbean that was published in 2014. We look at a tourist pre-trip, stay, and post-trip experience on our island, and we can make a dream list of apps and solutions. You take HoloLens and Google Glass, for example, we can use those to enhance our local points of interest when tourists come here. And these tourists can even have this experience without being on the island before they get here. So you come to St. Martin and you expect to be able to find a maximum amount of information on your destination. You expect to use your Siri or Cortana or Alexa and ask, well, make a reservation at Le Shambhala, for example. So how well are we using artificial intelligence in these technologies? And we embed them in our destination, in our digital marketing strategy for the island. So once the tourist gets to the island, they expect, just like we have in the US now, automated immigration kiosk, apps for different points of interest, the possibility of making a restaurant reservation using OpenTable, mobile payments in taxis and buses, for example, the possibility to apply for a marriage license at our government online, or even pay for license plates online. Why wouldn't we be putting transponders and license plates on cars instead of buying 30,000 number plates annually? So there's a great deal of application of ICT that we can have, and we can expand this list. But what I'm trying to show here, these are opportunities for entrepreneurs. And it requires obviously legislation and policy, but it requires initiative to innovate and build on the technology that already exists. So before we go on to the next pillar, I would like to share with you a video on a concept that is very innovative that we can make use of on the island. That is social listening.
It's 10
Social
o'clock.
listening is the intersection between social media and data mining. And what it's really about is how do we go out there and listen to everything that is being said about St. Martin and react to it. If there's a natural disaster and people are amplifying information about our destination, how do we react to that? So social listening crawls, aggregates, and presents us with the information in a way where we know who's talking about what, whether it's St. Martin, whether it's Hurricane Louis, etc. And this technology already exists. And this should be embedded not only in our destination management strategy, but also in terms of how we work in government, in businesses. We need to be listening to social media. If you look at the first slides and we see the use of social media represents a great deal of the usage of mobile users and is increasing. Because with Facebook Live and other technologies, most mobile users are using social media. So therefore, social listening is critical to our strategy in business or in government. Let's look at a video. Great. So we didn't get the entire audio from the video, but what was illustrated here is how we can actually create our own set of awards and have social listening technology. There's actually a think tank on social listening in tourism, and I'll reference that afterwards in the panel discussion. So the second pillar we need to build on is our ICT infrastructure. Our ICT infrastructure is made up of inbound capacity as well as the connectivity that we experience on the island. Today, St. Martin has among the best connectivity in the Northeastern Caribbean by air, by sea, and by the internet. We're served by 3 major fiber optic cables: GCN1, SMPR1, ECFS, and other cables in our region. So this is how the technology gets here. And you may realize that all roads lead to Miami. And that is where the content is. If you go to Miami and you're next to American Airlines Arena, there's a big building there that says Terramark. It has a whole bunch of servers. And that is where we get all our TV channels from and basically all the content we use. So connectivity by air, by sea, using these fiber optic cables is very important for our island. But what is even more important in our small island developing state is connectivity on the island. And achieving this connectivity through private and public investment is important. So deploying broadband will contribute to bridging the digital divide, creating jobs, and especially increasing productivity. Considering the impact, it should be a priority for national economic growth that broadband access be made available and affordable, and somewhat packaged with unified communication services and training. The World Bank Digital Dividends Report of 2016 used a cross-sectional analysis to examine the impact of various ICTs, including fixed broadband, on GDP growth during the period 1980 to 2016 for developing and developed countries. The study concluded that a 10% increase in fixed broadband penetration will increase GDP by 1.2% in developed countries and 1.4% in developing ones. So it is important to encourage initiatives such as FTTH that the local telephone company will launch, and others, so that we get our population connected using broadband technologies. The third pillar that I will look at is developing human capital for increased participation by residents, businesses, teachers, students, and government. At the macro level, various studies have shown significant, very positive impact on productivity from information technology in both developed and developing countries. At the level of a firm, a World Bank study of companies in 50 developing countries suggests that companies using ICT see faster sales growth, higher productivity, and faster employment growth. And this was highlighted at last year's symposium when IMF economists mentioned the issues relating to St. Martin's lackluster growth as the lack of high skill set in the field of ICT. So, in fact, in order to effectively use technology and expand economic opportunity at national, organization, and individual levels, it requires a certain set of skills. However, the disparity is increasing and is wider between developed and developing economies such as St. Martin, where we do not have computer science programs or telecom programs in our schools and universities. Let's take Bangalore in India, for example, which I referred to. 33% of their exports today are ICT related. India is known to be the ICT capital of Asia and an outsourcer of choice. That is because since the 1980s, extracurricular activities included computer programming, since the 1980s. Morocco, for example, which is a leading country in Africa in ICT investments, changed their legislation to include mandatory ICT education in schools. The country spends 12.5% of GDP, and in the ICT sector represents 7% of their GDP. And Morocco is now an outsourcer of choice, primarily for French-speaking countries. The UN report on improving competitiveness in tourism sector in the Caribbean, which was published in 2014, and I mentioned it earlier, recommends that Caribbean tourism administrators should design and provide adequate and up-to-date technology training for young tourism professionals and workers in the tourism industry in areas such as ICT solutions and new digital economy, including programs designed to increase the use of ERPs, customer relationship management applications, e-invoicing, among other tools that have been shown to contribute to greater productivity. Finally, the last pillar or component of my suggested development framework is that of the institutional capability. We expect our government to deliver the same service as Amazon, always on 24/7 with the ability to pay online. Thus, we need to create the institutional capability to address the volume and the speed of government services. These functions are critical in the context of expanding our economy because there is increasing evidence that a dense and complex layer of social institutions, formal and informal groups, and networks of interaction and common interest between the individual citizen and their government is good for the stability and the responsiveness of the political system and the economy. A few examples of formal and informal use of ICT in government. For example, delivering government services online using a government concierge instead of having to walk to each government agency and department and provide them with your information. Earlier, I mentioned the possibility of putting transponders on cars instead of changing number plates annually. And lastly, open data. There's probably some of you familiar with Cory Booker. This US-based company, Quorum, created an online platform where you can actually listen to everything that has been done in the US Congress, as well as all of the Congress in every US states. So what it does, it goes out and it mines all the data in Parliament and in those Congresses, and it actually looks at the performance of politicians. And lobbyists buy this information because they buy the performance of politicians. And so let's wrap up and talk about how do we measure all this. If we go out and spend 50 million to deploy fiber, how do we measure this? The World Economic Forum created a framework for measuring ICT, whether ICT infrastructure or ICT use, based on 10 pillars. So let's look at an example of the World Economic Forum report from 2015, and let's take an island that is near us. Barbados is ranked 39th of 143 countries on a report. And what a report looks at is how ICT is used among the people, how it's used in the business community, and how it's used by government. What government services are actually online. How affordable is ICT? And one of the things that you'll find in most Caribbean countries is the internet capacity that is used by residents is highly dependent on their income group. And it is more affordable, I would say, for higher income groups in Barbados, for example. And that is the case in most islands. And that is where public intervention is necessary to make internet access more available, as we've seen the benefits of it for online training and other usages by our population. Let's look at 2 other countries that we know. The Netherlands, for example, make a strong use of ICT. Prime Minister mentioned the city of Amsterdam. ICT has significant impact on businesses, the economy, and the population in the Netherlands. So a great deal of civic engagement in the Netherlands use technology to actually receive feedback from citizens on legislation and other means. And let's look at France, for example, where there's also high investment, strong use in ICT, however, lackluster use of ICT by businesses. So, a few closing remarks. Didn't want to be too long this morning. What we've done in the past 30 years on our island is invest in our tourism infrastructure. And we are known to be one of the best tourism destinations in the Caribbean. And so we've invested in infrastructure that is visible. Our cruise, our airport, our downtown facilities are among the best in the region. The Brea research for FCCA estimates the economic impact of cruise tourism to be around $360 million per year for St. Martin. So we can look at how much we invested, and we can look at how much it derives for our economy. So in order to unlock the structural potential of the economic opportunity afforded by ICT, we need to act on a recipe of interdependent ingredients. First, our economic model. Secondly, our ICT infrastructure. Thirdly, education and human capital. And reforming our regulatory environment to support data sovereignty, electronic communications, innovations, and entrepreneurship. There's actually no legislation, policies, and programs that are specific to ICT and St. Martin. So you can store your data anywhere. There's no data sovereignty regulation that restricts that. All of which contribute to drive innovation and create value. At this very moment, this rapid digitization that I mentioned earlier, we call it the 4th Industrial Revolution. It is creating tremendous changes. Our leaders should be talking about the kinds of jobs that we should be creating. There is a disparity of opportunity that exists. We see the expansion of the demand for new skills, but yet what we find is a disparity in the creation of people with the skills needed to fill the jobs that are available. And this 4th Industrial Revolution will accelerate this disparity. The imbalance, unfortunately, of that demand versus how many St. Martiners are not trained is going to continue to expand if we don't do something about it. So that is why I'm here. I've been doing this for the past 20 years, and I want to provide energy and resources so that in the next generation, there'll be a new opportunity for St. Martiners. And we can actually strengthen our economy in ways we can only dream about. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege, in fact, my honor to be part of this journey with you. And I'll do everything that I can to help us unlock a new economic opportunity leveraging ICT for our island. On that note, Mr. Holliday, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to speak at this year's Governor's Symposium.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jean-Nel, for helping us develop our first session's theme, ICT infrastructure and innovations, providing, of course, some really good insight and some really good ideas that I think we can explore going forward, that I think resonated well with our audience this morning. So looking once again at those 4 pillars, looking at our industrial model and services model, deploying broadband, highlighted the point of the fact that the country consists of 3 major fiber optic lines, developing the human capital, which is essential, and of course, building the institutional capability, of course, getting that legislation that's needed to govern that and protect it moving forward. So thanks again, Mr. Arnell, for developing those points. And we look forward to, of course, expanding on those thoughts once we engage in our panel discussion that will be taking place later in our program. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move into session number 2, which deals now with the security level. So we could be innovative, but we got to learn how to protect ourselves. So now we got to look at the aspect of the threats that come with developing such great ideas. Session 2 begins now in our symposium for this year. And we'd like to start first and foremost with our video presentation that focuses on some of the threats and risks that we can face before we present our next speaker. So I ask you to turn your attention to the monitors. I don't know about you, but after that, I feel a little nervous. That's the reason why I think our next presenter should bring a little bit of a focus on how we should be seeing these threats and risks that exist with our advancement in technology. Our presenter is an internet strategist and the Caribbean outreach manager for Packet Clearing House, a nonprofit research institute supporting operations, analysts, and capacity building in the areas of cybersecurity, internet economics, regulation, and network development. He works closely with organizations regionally and internationally and serves in an advisory capacity to several Caribbean governments and regional institutions, including the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, Caribbean Telecommunications Union, and Caribbean Court of Justice on technology, education, cybersecurity, and digital economy. He is the executive chair of the Caribbean Network Operators Group and the Caribbean Peering and Interconnection Forum, both volunteer communities of network operators and technology stakeholders dedicated to computer network security and management best practices. Through the Bright Path Foundation, he also facilitates regional and international seminars and information and communications technology, innovation, policy, education, and internet governance. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our next presenter for session number 2, dealing with security and threats, Mr. Bevel Wooding.
Good morning, Excellency Governor Holliday. I want to thank you for the invitation, but more than that, I want to congratulate you and the team for putting on what I believe is one of the most unique and relevant formats for dealing with issues like these in the Caribbean today. This is excellent and very well done to everyone. I've been asked to speak on the state of cybersecurity, looking at global trends, looking at regional and local implications. And I think based on the last set of presentations from the governor, from the prime minister, and from Mr. Arnell, we have a very clear sense that the internet is not going anywhere. It is a fundamental part of life, society, and economic development for us here in St. Martin, around the region, and across the world. But with the internet and all of its promise and all of its benefit, there is a dark side. And you just saw that short video, and I think it is reasonable for any of us looking at it to come away with a sense of dread. And that would be appropriate, because we are facing an environment and a time in which, as we use more and more of the internet, we're actually exposing ourselves more and more to dangers that are unprecedented. And I want to look at that in this presentation, and I want to discuss with you or share with you some thoughts on what would be an appropriate way for the Caribbean generally and for St. Martin specifically to consider the state of cybersecurity. And I want to get things started with this, with a look at the digital world. And I think we all clear that the explosion of online devices, which we have already heard about, the explosion of online users, which we are all a part of, and the explosion of online data represent 3 of the major pillars of the current digital world that we are part of. There was a time when you would have thought this is a trend or some kind of passing fad. These smartphones, they're interesting, but I'm not sure how many people are going to be using them. But now we're in a place where, as you heard, you can't leave home without it. And you can't do business without it increasingly. And this is the reality of the life and context that we're finding ourselves in. St. Martin has a tourism-based economy. And even the tourism product is changing and has changed as a result of information and communications technology. But with that change, we know that there are a set of things that are taking place now that are grabbing headlines in a way that they never did before. You have companies being hit with attacks that are going after sensitive data, your data, my financial services data. You have governments being exposed in ways that are unprecedented through leaks and leaks that are now being published to the world. And you have industries being compromised and infrastructure being threatened by digital miscreants. And that is the reality of this ICT-based development that we're pursuing. On one hand, there is no choice. It is imperative that we move toward a technology-driven development agenda. That is no longer optional. The world is proceeding in this way. Connecting countries, connecting businesses, and connecting human beings depends on access to and use of the internet. But this reality has led to statements like these, which we need to pay good attention to. There are only 2 types of companies: those that have been hacked and those that will be hacked. And if you look at the gentleman who made that remark in 2012, the FBI director, if you ask him today, given his current responsibility, he might modify that statement somewhat and say there are only 2 types of governments: those that have been hacked and those that will be hacked. And whether you deny it or not, whether you put your head in the sand concerning the threats, this is the state of play in the 21st century. These are the headlines that we can expect to find more and more of as we go about life, as we go about introducing technology into governments, as we go about telling our children that their futures depend on an awareness and knowledge of information and communication technologies. The flip side is this. The threat is real. We are seeing it represented and reflected in the headlines of the day. It is now part of the general discourse and conversation at every level of society, from online abuse of children to the hacking and compromise of national systems, and even the compromise of general and national elections. This is the reality we face. And you ask, why are things this bad? What has happened? Where was that promise of an ICT utopia, where if we got everyone online and connected all of the systems, life would be better? Well, in short, people. Any system that depends on human beings will have some degree of compromise. Any system that depends on, is built by, is managed or operated by humans will have some degree of trouble associated with it. Remember, the technology itself is amoral. It is neither good nor bad. It is how we use it that determines what kinds of effects and what kind of benefits come on there. And for a lot of the hacks, and I want to take a look at some of them as we go through this presentation, there is this underlying recurring theme of the human element inside of it. I want to give you an illustration using a video to give you a sense of how vulnerable we are when we put reliance on information and communications technology.
Companies and individuals are more concerned about the safety and privacy of their information. President Obama has unveiled a number of new proposals so we can crack down on that.
If the audio can't be fixed, we can move on. Yeah. All right. So we can pause that. Basically, it's available on YouTube. You can check it out. It's called "What's Your Password?" And what Jimmy Kimmel did, he went to a street in downtown Hollywood and asked people what was their password. Over 90% of the persons interviewed gave their passwords. It's a very interesting video. In some cases, persons would say, "Oh, I can't tell you my password, but it's the name of my cat." And you say, "Oh, okay, I understand you can't tell me. How long have you had your cat?" 5 years. And what's her name? Jane? Thank you. In one case, somebody said it was a secret Israeli word. And they asked the same question, so you're an actual American Israeli? Yes. And what part of Israel are you from? And they get them into the conversation, and before 10 seconds, password given. It's a very interesting and very instructive video. When we talk about the technology and cyber criminals and cyber crime, yes, there is a degree of technical knowledge that is required. Yes, there is a degree of technical sophistication, but it fundamentally comes down to how we protect and how we treat with security as individuals. I came from a cybersecurity symposium in Belize some weeks ago, and one of the speakers was giving an example of how they came away from a nuclear plant with plans for the nuclear reactor by going to not the IT department, not the management suite, the graphics design department, dressed like any other worker, and just starting small talk. "Hey, how are you guys doing down here? Did management tell you about the new proposal that we're trying to do? I really need to see the brochures that you're working on. Can I just get onto your machine for a little while just to check to see how it is?" And within a few minutes, they were onto the server with the passwords given by the graphic designers, who had access, of course, to the plans because they need to put the plans in brochures, and carried the report back to management, showing how long it took, what they did to get the report, and also exposing the fact that on getting onto the server, they found that there were 3 other unauthorized users actively perusing the company's data. Now, these are real-life tales from the trenches in terms of how do you get access to systems that then cause the kind of harm that we see. But if you think about that human component, there are some other factors as well, if I can get the slide back up. There's some other factors as well that go into the why are things this bad. So one, we have lack of awareness. Lack of awareness, where people are simply not conscious of the sensitivity of the data, the kinds of threats and compromises that exist, or the requirement to conduct themselves in a certain way when dealing with technology-based systems. There's insufficient coordination. Protecting ourselves online, either at a personal or at a corporate or at a national level, depends on a degree of interaction and interplay. Cybercrime is not a respecter of borders. It is not a respecter of the extent to which you are effectively or ineffectively resourced. It pays no heed to your preparedness or unpreparedness. So to counteract it, there has to be a high degree of coordination. Ostrich syndrome is something that we see here in the Caribbean often, where the notion is that, well, we are too small, or we don't have anything that would be of importance to these kinds of sophisticated online hackers, when in fact the absolute opposite is true. We are soft targets. Our systems can be compromised. Therefore, it's easy pickings. Why go for the hard and difficult approaches when you can get to a country where the laws don't quite yet describe anything that is a cybercrime? And here's an important note. There is no crime if there is no law against what the person is doing. So for the territories that have no cyber legislation, that have no digital currency type legislation, that have no e-legislation agenda, a lot of the activity cannot actually be considered criminal based on the outdated statutes. And that's very important for us to note when we consider some of these things. And then there's a talent shortage. Protecting technology systems does require having technology and technical skills. And that's something that we're working very hard to do across the region. So there is good cause for us to be afraid. There's very good cause for us to be concerned about how we are investing in technology and how that technology is being safeguarded. The compromise of technology-based systems in small countries can literally undermine national development, can literally take us back years. So this is not a light matter. And it's important for us to understand that the forces that that are trying to do harm are very, very powerful. So I like to use this analogy of Star Wars, the dark side and the light side. And on the dark side, there are some very, very motivated, very well organized, highly sophisticated, and highly effective actors. This is an example of the hierarchy of the typical cyber crime syndicate operation. And you'll notice something about it, and I put it in this diagram deliberately to give you a sense of the organizational approach that is taken. Right? There is a boss, and we can think of that person as the old school godfather type. There are project managers, there are law enforcement agents, there are forgers, hackers, software engineers, intermediaries, and what has been happening recently, there are even psychologists working with these syndicates to help them to understand human behavior. What makes someone click on a link? What makes a fake site trustworthy in the eyes of an end user? These are the kinds of resources being hired by the criminal syndicates. So this is not the hacker of yore, where you think of somebody in a garage or bedroom with a hoodie on, just playing loud music and trying to probe systems. These are highly organized, highly effective criminal networks. So you have cyber criminals, you have hacktivists, you have nation states, you have the insiders. Right? Again, I'm trying to give a sense of the structured approach that is being taken on the dark side. On the dark side, there is a clear statement of intent. On the dark side, there are strategic objectives. On the dark side, there are targets and goals that they go after. So for us, we can look at these as the types of entities and the types of actors that we can consider working against us. And if you look at some of the major headlines that have captured public attention over the last few years, you'll also notice a very interesting trend. Starting in 2013, Target was the subject of a major cyber attack. 70 million customer data records were breached, credit card information, shopping patterns, and so on. And at the time it was said, well, this is for big companies. Large organizations have to concern themselves with this. The hackers are going after these kinds of targets. Then in 2014, Sony was the subject of a cyber attack that I think many of us may have heard of it, where correspondence between movie makers and actors were exposed, and statements about various actors were put out into the public in a very embarrassing way. But they also got access to movie files, the actual digital files before release, and that caused Sony tremendous expense. We also have the OPM, the Office of Personnel Management hack in 2015, which was a US government hack. And that one was interesting. The Chinese government was accused of being part of it. 5.6 million federal employee records were compromised. Fingerprints, where they were stationed, the salaries they were making. And again, you think, well, this is big country, developed country type activity taking place. But then it was around 2016. And an obscure internet corporation called DYN, which was responsible for domain name server operations, was hit. And in this particular attack, there was no government, there was no target, large mega corporation, there were no public records. What the actors went after was the internet itself, probing at the machines that connect the networks that make up the internet. The Caribbean suffered brownouts as a result of this particular attack. The hackers' motive still unknown. The nature of the attack was shocking. In this case, smart devices. You heard about Internet of Things earlier today. Smart devices were used to launch this large-scale attack on the domain name system. And what was realized in this attack was that many of the devices that we now take for granted, the smartwatches, those security cameras, the smart TVs, the software running it was not or does not have the same level or degree of protection as the software that was going on to computers and laptops and smartphones. And so we found these new, what they call vectors, to get access to machines. And then 2017, very recently, WannaCry was the name of this particular attack. And this made headlines globally because every single country was affected. And what I want to show you is a trajectory of cyber warfare or cybersecurity compromise. Hackers still unknown. Ransom messages asking for 300, increased to 600 after 3 days. This is no longer someone else's problem. This has hit our shores. We have the ATM attacks that have been commonplace. We have tourists coming into the region and on the island and launching attacks on other locations from here because they're aware that the legislation is not quite in place. The protective and surveillance mechanisms are not as robust or mature. And what we're seeing is the reality that it is easier for actors on the dark side now to conduct their business. You have publicly available tools. The CIA was hacked, the NSA was hacked, and their information put out now for any junior hacker to understand some very sophisticated methods for compromising networks. You have online stores peddling rent a hacker. So you want to hack an e-commerce site, do you? And now you can go online and pick the kind of hack attack that you would like, just like if you were shopping for clothes or computers on Amazon. You can vet them, you can check their credentials, you can read their resumes. And of course, just as it is on the light side, capacity building is a very important aspect of honing the craft for these actors. There are online videos and tutorials telling you how to phish, how to create spoof email, how to launch attacks on computer systems, etc., etc., etc. So this is a trajectory from big company, big country type cyber wars to every individual on the internet being the potential victim. What comes next? Who knows? Who knows? We know this though. The future attacks will likely increasingly be directed at softer targets, aka countries like us. In locations through which huge sums of money flows, that's your Cayman, your Bahamas, your St. Martins, your Trinidad and Tobago's. For tax efficiency or advantage, those areas with infrastructure links to the United States and Europe, and in areas where the success of a sector such as tourism is central to the stability of the national economy. This is our future. A tipping point looms, and this is where we are. As attackers, this is the Organization of American States, which runs one of the largest cybersecurity capacity building programs in the region. As attacks continue or worsen in frequency and sophistication, focus is not just on disrupting critical infrastructure, but compromising key information that can be used in the future. Remember I said the sophistication of the criminal side is not just opportunistic, it is highly strategic. If I see where your economy is going or your diversification plans are going, I can get into places where you would eventually be compromised before you even get there. So our defenders may soon find themselves short in terms of the support necessary to stave off threats. The lack of funding or an unmet desire for government leadership in this area leaves defenders feeling increasingly abandoned or left on their own. And this is where we are. But my job here is not to leave you all with a sense of fear and dread. Remember I said this is Star Wars. Anybody familiar with the Star Wars would know that there is a dark side and then there is the light side. And fortunately for us, resistance is not futile. While there is no silver bullet with cybersecurity, it is possible to mount a coordinated, structured approach to cyber defense. So what can governments do? And there's clearly some formatting of there, but I can read it for you. One, update legislation as a matter of urgency. Make sure that there are appropriate legislative support for dealing with the digital agenda. If you're moving toward ICT-enabled development, it has to be attended with an equivalent move toward legislation that protects and supports the digital economy. Participate in regional bodies. This is a cry from some of the agencies in the region that there is not sufficient participation by member states in the area of inter-territorial, inter-country, or international cooperation on cyber issues. Absolutely essential for dealing with the threats that are out there. Support the strengthening of local capacity building. As I said, digital technology has a technical component to it. Cybercrime, cyber activity depends on networks and networking issues to be taken care of. Having the personnel with the understanding to secure networks and to treat with the protection of the digital economy is key to any strategic plan. And then lastly, for government, set national standards. Another important question that is often raised is, well, how do we get the businesses to put things in place, because this is not just a government issue? Or how do we get the government to act, since governments are so complex and so convoluted in their operations? Set standards. Identify key metrics that will determine how networks and network deployment and applications are to be set up. But industry also has a role, and industry's role would be to keep an eye on the trends. to support public and private cooperation. Government can't do this alone. And the public can't be expected to come to a place of enlightenment on their own either. There has to be an awareness program, not one, but depending on the area of focus. So it can be education for the young people. It can be how to use computers responsibly. It can be for parents, how to train and supervise and superintend your children as you move them and encourage them in these areas. Public awareness programs is key. This will involve the media and their own role, unique role and responsibility in raising national awareness. And then finally, encouraging and training cyber personnel within institutions. So my closing statement to you is, and this is the same statement I make across the region, this is an investment that is worth making. We have to develop national cybersecurity plans. This has to be a structured, multi-stakeholder approach, and it has to be an approach that goes beyond the talk. It has to be an action-oriented design of a national agenda for staying cyber safe. We have too much at stake and too much invested in the technology to take this for granted. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wooding, for establishing for us on the topic of threats and risks as it relates to our ICT infrastructure here locally, of course, at home and throughout the region and across the world. So the threats are real, and we have to play our part, as, of course, as citizens in order to be sure to protect ourselves. The first slide I noticed there, it seems it threw the weight on our legislators to be able to come up with the rules and regulations that govern that. But first and foremost, we have to have that think tank that allows us to, where are our vulnerabilities as a country, and have that conversation first. So thank you very much, Mr. Wooding, for bringing the threats to focus and, of course, to help us realize the areas of opportunity we have in order to strengthen our infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the time. It's 10:48, and it's time to get up and stretch our legs, get a break, take the information that we've established in sessions 1 and 2. We want you to, of course, let that information flow through your mind while you're having the conversations at break, so that we can come back later this in our session to be able to have a constructive panel discussion that's coming up in our next section. So at this time, I invite you to, of course, get up, and refreshments will be available in the back end of our environment, and we ask you to be back in 30 minutes. 30 minutes, and we will begin again. Thank you.
2. Test 1, 2.
Yeah. Okay, break. So students perform, and then after the students perform, students shaping the future on screen. Keynote address. Yeah, we're going to the keynote address. So the students perform, then the keynote address.
The keynote address is by you?
No, the keynote address is Ms. Bernadette Lewis. So
oh, but then, so then it has to go back in place
yes,
for
it
to
has to go
speak.
back in place. So there is a.
So right after the on-screen keynote, so right after
No,
the churn
after
finish.
the churn finish, and I go into making the remarks about it, my speaking time allows you to reposition.
Oh, okay, so as soon as you go up after the churn, then we have that little time to go.
Okay. Okay, no problem. Just go back. Just quickly put it back in position.
All right. No problem.
We're going to buy the fishing thing for you to hold them.
They're using the 20 minutes an overtime aspect of our clock, and I'm like, oh my god, they actually are in the 20 minutes. So when it reaches 20 minutes mark, they actually start from that part. So that's an additional 2 minutes.
But the first one, we have to do the coach for because almost 7 minutes over. That's why
yes, what I got was great.
oh, they were sitting over there. Oh, look at the pictures there. The two ladies standing here. Okay.
Yeah, we just get a student's mic.
Just what's up in front of me. You are
okay, thanks.
Mr. What is that? Your video was playing good, you know? This is some encoding something. But he can provide, so what I can provide, and then he just provide, which probably is the meeting of it. No.
Hey, great. Great. Calm down. Running? 10 minutes already? 10 minutes? No. 10 minutes already? No. Yes, I'm still. So you're. So you know 10 minutes already? So you know 10 minutes already? You're looking at your clock? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we wanted to get started.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, it's 10 minutes. The symposium will resume in 5 minutes.
why we here midway, the midway mark.
Ladies and gentlemen, the symposium will resume in 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? The symposium will be resuming in the next 2 minutes. Would like to have you take your seat, please. Once again, I'd like to have everyone begin to take their seats. The symposium will be resuming in the next 2 minutes. Thank you. Are we good? All set. Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats at this time. Our symposium will be continuing. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you guys had a nice moment of refreshment. The Caribbean Advanced Proficiency Examination, CAPE, is a 2-year tertiary level program offered by the St. Martin Academy that caters to students that have completed their secondary education and wish to further their studies, gaining an associate's degree in an area of specialization. CAPE Digital Media is a new generation subject offered by CXC, which St. Martin Academy has taken on the challenge to offer to its students for the first time this year. The digital media syllabus offers students the opportunity to acquire a variety of experiences and 21st century ICT skills in the areas of photography, videography, logo design, and web page design. Throughout the year, students have produced digital output utilizing these skills. Let's make a welcome on the stage the CAPE students from St. Martin Academy as they showcase the work that they have done and highlight their proposed digital solution to social issues and that affects their school and one that will shape our futures as we go paperless as a society. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the students of the CAPE program of St. Martin Academy, Tatiana Narin, Gianora Janki, Kyle Regis, and Jaira James.
Your Excellencies, Members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Information Technology Department of the St. Martin Academy. Let us take you on a journey of innovation, invention, and implementation that has paved the way for us to compete for and occupy 21st century ICT-driven workspaces. Here is what some of our students have to say about the impact of technology integration in our school. Okay, so we had a slight problem with the audio. But in short, our students were saying that technology in school is essential because of the fast-paced movement of ICT development in the world. For our youth to be left behind would be counterproductive to our own societal development. Now, at the St. Martin Academy, we pride ourselves in integrating as best as we can technology and digital media in education at all levels. Here's some of our very own pieces.
Viking. Just now. Take a trip, take a trip. We are the vibration that you feel when the music. Pango dip, pango dip, pango dip, pango dip now. Making you sway. Soca. Big bad soca. Big bad soca. Big bad soca. When we play, everyone say, pango dip, pango dip, pango dip, pango dip now. I tell them we are the sound, them selectors play. Every day, making you sway.
Welcome to the world of programming. Today we're going to be learning about different programming languages. We have C++, Ruby, Python, Java, and there are many more. Now I want to highlight two social issues that you think you can use programming to solve.
I have a solution in mind to help the media housing community. This solution will help them to better store and access the information about the tenants living in the apartments. And this would be a step up from the traditional way of storing information in filing cabinets.
My social issue is unemployment. Unemployment is a growing problem in St. Martin, and I will develop a website to help St. Martin youths find jobs.
Okay, that was quite a bit, but we just wanted to show you what we do at the Academy in terms of digital media and technology. Now, these skills are definitely preparing us for the smart reality of St. Martin's future. But as of right now, they have allowed us to work on projects such as maybe you heard, coding a digital solution for the Housing Development Center in Belvedere, providing an online platform for college research, a crime prevention campaign, an STI awareness campaign, a healthy lifestyle campaign, and going paperless with the St. Martin Academy News. Now, all of these projects were designed and proposed to solve a social issue using technology. And right now, we will highlight the proposal of the St. Martin Academy News that promises to take Academy and possibly other schools into the future by going paperless and saving one tree at a time. Trees are the most precious gifts to humanity.
Trees remove 100 to 120 billion tons of carbon each year.
Trees moderate climate.
Trees improve air quality.
Trees conserve water.
Trees have a wildlife.
And much more.
It takes roughly 8 trees to produce 1,000 pounds of paper. We know the importance of trees, yet deforestation is one of the main environmental and social problems worldwide. Sadly, we call this destruction progress.
According to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, printing paper and writing paper typically found in schools or office comprises the largest category of paper product consumption.
So saving paper would be the biggest step towards saving our environment. Thankfully, the hands that destroy are the hands that can create.
So we have taken initiative to join the fight and help stand with trees.
At the St. Martin Academy, we pride on how we not only enforce academics, but we teach our students to be charitable and to love one another and to love oneself. To love oneself, does it not mean that we should love the planet? A wise man once said,
to save nature is to save us. To betray nature is to betray us.
At the St. Martin Academy, on a weekly basis, we have newsletters being sent home to tell students about upcoming events, such as the Christmas program or Project Hope. There are numerous campaign posters around the school, and our school clubs utilize the hallway as the main point of advertisement.
Shouldn't there be a better way instead of using all this paper? Do the students even read the posters on the wall? Do the newsletters reach home, or does their journey end at the garbage at the gate?
Instead of printing our posters, newsletters, etc., we go digital. Digital publishing is cheaper, less time consuming, and 100% eco-friendly.
We are the St. Martin Academy News.
Schools publish various publications, mostly in print form. Magazines, student guides, and school letters, to name a few. A digital publication in the form of our own branded mobile app is an excellent way to centralize such content. After all, isn't excellence our school motto?
Creating this brainchild as an app and allowing it to have adaptive design to suit any device would be a great idea, because digital advertising invites mobile engagement, and no business can afford to ignore the fact that more than 1 billion people primarily access the web using their mobile devices. They go hand in hand. Also because teenagers spend more than 1/3 their day on their mobile devices accessing media. This will ensure that wherever the students go, the message will be sent across.
Even better, a study shows that Generation Z and millennials take actions quicker based on seeing relevant ads on their mobile phones. This will invite school spirit.
The app can also be used to promote the school, using different contents for different user groups if that is wanted. With the magic of technology, more options can easily be added, including different access rights and monitoring the content that students view on the app. Our school may be a small body, but it has been said that something as small as the flutter of a butterfly's wing can cause a typhoon halfway across the world. And when enough people come together, we too can make waves and wash the world into a new era.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together once again for the St. Martin Academy Cape students. Truly proud to be an alumni of St. Martin Academy. And it's always great to see the next generation, except I'd like to change it. Instead of being the next generation, I always say the better generation is what they represent. And our future looks bright once we have this type of thinking. So thank you once again to the Cape students for doing a fantastic job. and showing us how we can take technology and better our environment by going into a paperless environment. So how are you enjoying the program so far? The idea at this point, of course, we're going to get into our keynote speaker, the highlight for our symposium. But we also want you to keep in mind that that interactive session is coming up. So listen to the presentations, formulate your questions. We're really looking for a dynamic, interactive experience with you, the audience, as we continue to bring our topic forward. So to get right into presenting and introducing our keynote speaker for this morning's session, the keynote speaker was appointed to the position of Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, CTU. This took place in August 2003 with a mandate to revitalize the organization. Now, under her stewardship, the CTU transformed into a relevant and vibrant information and communications technologies Caribbean organization. 2005, the CTU, under her direction, initiated the first regional internet governance forum in the world and has convened 12 annual Caribbean IGF held in different parts of the region. And in 2012, she was awarded a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Latin American and Caribbean Registry for Internet Numbers for her seminal work in Caribbean internet governance. Our keynote speaker is a strong proponent for ICT-enabled Caribbean development. She has advocated for the use of ICTs through ministerial strategic seminars and an initiative called the Caribbean ICT Roadshow. Now, the Roadshow is designed to raise awareness and educate on the power of ICT and how they may be effectively employed to enhance every sphere of endeavor in the region. Ms. Lewis has been a champion for improving cybersecurity in the region and was instrumental in the development with the Organization of American States of a Caribbean cybersecurity framework in 2012. Now, the framework was the foundation of further work done, which has resulted in the first approved Caribbean Cybersecurity and Cybercrime Action Plan in 2016. In 2013, our keynote speaker initiated a program for using ICTs to empower people with disabilities. The program has since been held and well received in 6 Caribbean countries. In 2016, she's working in earnest with a globally recognized partner in the field to provide regional video relay service for the deaf and video relay assistance for the blind. Such services were only large in part mainly done in big metropolis cities around the world. Now the realization of this is taking place in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome our keynote speaker for this year's symposium, Ms. Bernadette Lewis.
Thank you. Yes. Right. Thank you, Excellencies, members of government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure for me to be here with you this morning to share some of my experiences, some of the experiences of the CTU with respect to ICT governance. And before I launch into my presentation, I would like to commend His Excellency, Dr. Holliday, for this remarkable initiative. This is something that needs to be replicated across the region. It has demonstrated a commitment and leadership in embracing and using ICTs
to foster development in San Martin. And I congratulate you and your organizing team. Just by way of, I'll do it very quickly, of introduction. The CTU was established by the CARICOM heads of government in 1989 because they recognized that telecommunications would have a significant role to play in national and regional development. But since 1989, you would have realized the world has changed. Convergence of the formerly separate and distinct disciplines of telecommunications and communications have converged, and they are now inextricably linked in what we call ICTs. And whereas the CTU was established to develop policy to help in the coordination of regional ICT telecommunications projects, to represent the region at international fora, to help in capacity building on telecommunications subjects, and of course to serve as an industry watch, all in telecommunications with great intentions. In 2003, we defined a new strategic direction to embrace this new emerging information and communication technologies, what we call ICT. And more than that, we recognize that the nature of interactions between organizations was changing at a phenomenal rate. So previously, the CTU was strictly intergovernmental. Our members were only the governments of the region. But in 2004, we opened up the membership to include private sector organizations, civil society, and non-CARICOM Caribbean states. And what we in fact did was create a multi-stakeholder forum, which is essential for advancing an agenda of ICT-enabled development, because no one organization can do this on their own. So the mission of the CTU is now to create an environment in partnership with members to optimize the returns of ICT resources for the benefit of all stakeholders. We have 20 member countries, of which San Martin is one. And also we have private sector and civil society members, numerous, and the numbers are growing daily. And our mandate is harmonized ICT policy for the Caribbean, regional ICT project coordination, ICT capacity development. We provide technical advice to our member governments. We do represent the region at international fora, and as I mentioned before, industry watch. We scan the landscape, see how the technology is evolving, and discuss, discuss with our member governments the implications for policy, legislation, and regulations, and the possibilities for development that the technology presents. And you've heard it today, the world has changed at a fundamental level because of the rapid technological innovations and the progress of information and communication technologies. Some of the features of the changed world is this interconnectedness, right? It absolutely destroys the constraints of time and distance. It has no respect for borders. It is everywhere. Information of the ages is now at your fingertips. And what that does is it changes the balance of power so that no longer is information associated with a particular group. Information of the ages is available to every human being, potentially, on the earth. That is power. And the question is, what are we going to do with that? What are we going to do with this power of having the information of the ages available to us at our fingertips? Real-time instantaneous. The world, we are on a treadmill where it demands an instantaneous response. It's a pressure that is exerted on us by the technology. Of course, I mentioned the issue of multi-stakeholders now playing the game. Formerly in telecommunications, you had service providers, and then you had, in the broadcast, you had broadcasters, right? And then in the print, you had newspapers. Now everybody can play. From your home, in your bedroom, you could become a publisher. You could do anything. It changes the game completely. And then the interactivity. We're being streamed live at this moment. I am interfacing with an invisible audience, and I'm sure there'll be questions coming from them. It fosters, this revolution fosters a new type of interactivity. And I mentioned, of course, the whole issue of time and the constraints being erased. And I'm not going to be talking about the technical, the bits and the bytes, the cloud and the LTE and Internet of Things from the very technical point of view. But I want to talk about the effect that these instigators of change is having on our traditional forms of government. So you saw, you have web browsers, you have Facebook, you have Twitter, you have the whole revolution has precipitated other revolutions. We heard about the Arab Spring. Governments have been overthrown by this sort of, this change that is happening. Cybersecurity, we heard quite a bit about that. And of course, at this point in time, we're all sort of fascinated with what is happening in the northern regions and the use of Twitter as a way of formulating, I don't want to say formulating policy, but it's interesting. What is happening is these things are chipping away at the traditional forms of governance. And I want to give an example. I want to introduce you to Tori. Tori is a 19-year-old, or she was 19 at the time, from Ohio, who was born without a right hand. And they didn't, the health services couldn't help her, you know. She couldn't go to the health service for any help, but her friends, they loved this girl so much, they started a Twitter campaign. New hand, hashtag new hand for Tori, right? A Twitter campaign. And it attracted the attention of a bionic company, right? And she now has a new bionic hand. You understand what I'm saying here? This revolution is going to chip away at the traditional ways of doing business, of interacting. And we have to respond. The change, the evolution, the revolution demands a response. And organizations and countries that do not respond appropriately, they go like the dinosaur. Yes? So that we have to respond. We have to embrace the technology. And ICTs present the potential for a different type of government, because as I've said, if the governments of the region do not respond appropriately, you're going to find all of the assault of the technology chipping away at the foundations. So ICTs present an opportunity for a different type of government. A citizen-centric, seamless government, where you only have to be born, because the government, unlike any other agency or organization, is the only institution with which every citizen has to interact, from birth, registration of birth certificates, immunization in health, going when you enroll in the public school system, right? When you get a job, or you register a company, or you pay taxes, yes? The government would want to, you'd want to do that. To marriage, to purchase of property, to death. It's the only institution that interacts with the citizens on at such a level. Therefore, I believe that the governments must be early adopters of the technology, and to use it effectively to deliver the services to the citizens and reach their citizens. And in so doing, it catalyzes a process, because citizens now know, okay, we're going to have to go online. They're going to learn. They will, after they become familiar, they'd be making demands. Yes? Once they become familiar. So what we're aiming for is integration of information across all government agencies and ministries. So I don't have to take my documents to one ministry and then take the same documents to another ministry. That's inefficient, right? And we want integration of information across all government agencies. We want streamlined, secure, transparent systems and processes. And when you eliminate or reduce the level of interactions with human beings, that level, the opportunity for corruption are reduced. Then you want consistent input and delivery channels, so that I must be, as a citizen, must be sure I could go up onto the government's portal and get X, Y, Z, whatever it is. Yes? Then you want the service to be efficient, effective, and effective. You don't want to have to go back to the office 10 times. Yes? And the first time you took these documents, and then when you got there, they said, no, you need X, Y, Z. Yeah, you know that, you know the story. And you go back. And you go back with the X, Y, Z and the bunch of documents that you had in the first place. And they said, no, you were supposed to bring X too. And the story goes on. So this is what ICTs can enable: citizen-centric, seamless government. And I think that that should be the goal of every country, not just in the Caribbean, across the world. Now, what we have seen in the region is that many governments have invested heavily in ICT, right? And I have two questions to ask. If you've invested, if you've made these investments in ICTs, have you achieved the citizen-centric, seamless government? Yes? I think that's a good question. Are you if you're on the road to accomplishing that, power to you. And I think, based on what I've been hearing, it sounds like San Martin is on the journey. So that's good. The second question is, are you realizing the full potential of your investment? Is it that you have those computers out there and the people are still entering the information, handwriting in ledgers? You know the story. Yes? You're not maximizing the return on that investment if that's still happening. So, based on our experience in the CTU across the region, these are some of the challenges to leveraging the potential of ICTs. And it's a lack of leadership. So the minister gets up and says, yes, we are embracing ICTs. It's the future, and so on and so on. And then he asked for citizens to bring in paper documents of their birth certificate, and hard copies. Yes? You have not just to talk the talk, you have to walk it as well. You have to demonstrate by example. You have to ensure that your cabinet ministers are aligned so that the Minister of Finance understands he has to deal with ICTs. He has to incorporate it. He has to talk to his ICT minister, whoever is responsible for ICT, so that you have an understanding that ministries do not stand alone anymore. They have to be connected. They have to be integrated with information and communication technologies. Then there's insufficient engagement of the stakeholders. You have to consult. You have to talk to your public servants. You have to inspire them, because you could have all the wonderful ICTs, excellent network, secure, robust, and some employees sitting down, you see that? They didn't tell me they were bringing this here. So I don't know anything about it. Yes? These are things, these are the realities. I'm talking from experience. Oops, I think I went back. Poor communication. As you implement ICTs, there must be a communication strategy for your citizens, your clients out there, and your internal stakeholders. Yes? And get the message out. Let it be consistent. Let every minister demonstrate it. Let the Prime Minister and everybody else walk it and talk it, and it has to be entwined in everyday life to give it life. Then, and do not underestimate this, there is an inability to articulate the problem or the challenge. And so, we're going to put laptops in schools. It sounds good, but what is the goal? What is the goal? We have to think this through very carefully and put the framework, and I'm going to be talking about it, the ecosystem in which you have to cultivate that, in which you embed the ICTs. And then there's little research capability, insufficient research. We need evidence if we're going to understand what the problem is. Otherwise, everything is anecdotal, and that doesn't help you, because you think maybe the students will learn better if you give them the laptop, but nobody is doing any sort of measurement, anything. We don't know. You cannot operate like that. You have to do some research. You have to understand the nature of the environment in which you operate. Little timely evidence again, and then a lack of expertise, the whole issue of the skills. Do you have skilled people? Do they have the understanding, the insight, the expertise to run whatever ICT program you're contemplating? And then archaic systems and processes. And I was saying this to someone, many of our governmental systems are over 100 years old. Yes? 100 years old, over 100 years old. They are incompatible with this current revolution. They are archaic. And if you try to apply ICTs to those systems, you're not going to see the results. You're not going to see the benefit, right? It's not, the benefits aren't automatic, right? You have to do business process re-engineering and adopt your processes so that they capitalize on the potential of the technology. So I just want to talk a little bit about the ecosystem. It's not so much about the technology, it's the people. That's where it starts. And you've heard that from a number of speakers before. Do they have the right skills? Have you inspired them? Right? And this is all part of the leadership. You have to bring people along. Those who feel they're too old, you have to inspire them to be part of this revolution. Hold their hands and bring them along. The skills, very important. Innovation. It was Albert Einstein who said, you cannot solve our current problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. Yes? And you have to think differently. Part of the business process re-engineering, it calls for a different kind of mindset. We are no longer just a little country here, and we are part of a global network, and the thinking has to be big and expansive. Let's not allow ourselves to be stymied by thinking of the past. It's a bold new world, and I'm very excited about it. So you need to change mindsets, part of the communication, part of the leadership, part of the inspiration that has to happen. And then develop policies, right? You need a policy framework, a legislative framework, a regulatory framework, and of course you need some sort of framework to monitor how you're doing. Is this working? Is it making sense? We need to know. And so we have come up with a sort of process. And the very first thing that has to happen is that there must be a champion, someone to carry this, someone to lead the way. And we've seen it in one country, an excellent ICT policy. And as long the Prime Minister was going, and things were going so well, people were joining the revolution. And he looked back and he said, wow, this is going so well. I'll let somebody else run it. And that was the end of it. Yes? The leadership thing is a continuous, it's not a periodic. You have to be there taking the process. You can't abandon the ship midway. So, and then you have to engage stakeholders. I've spoken to this already. Articulate the challenges. And I want to say, do not underestimate this one, because we have approached some of our members. We had the intention of doing some research so that they could do some policies, and we asked them, tell us what the challenge is. What are your burning challenges for which you would like to have policy? Not a single member could articulate what the challenge is that they needed. And this needs, and that completely stumped us. Yes? And what we had to do was listen to what they were saying and extricate and crystallize what the challenge was for them. Formulate the policies, and of course you need to define what your objectives are and so on. Develop the programs. What are the activities? What are the tasks you're going to do that would give life to those policy objectives? Then implement the programs. And I tell you, I have seen some wonderful ICT strategies and implementation plans on desks collecting dust. And as time goes by and nobody has taken on that task of implementing, it loses currency, because we do not have the luxury of time in this era to sit down and mull over problems and if we should, and so on, right? Implement. Many programs fail at the point of implementation. We have a capacity deficit when it comes to implementation. And of course, you have to monitor, measure. How is this going? Okay, it's not hitting the target that we think it should. What's the standard? Let's tweak it. Let's do something else. You have to keep that sort of information, because And we haven't been very good at the research and the record keeping. And one of the things that I want to draw to your attention, we did a study of ICT projects between 2000 and 2010. And of those projects, 60% of the respondents for the projects could not tell us what the impact was because there was no measurement. Nothing. They couldn't say. So they couldn't say, well, we did this and this happened. Yes? That is what we have encountered. So so once you have that champion leading the way, you go through this cycle. It's a continuous cycle. And that's how you get to this sort of citizen-centric, seamless government. And I want to, another aspect related to the monitoring and the measuring, benchmarking. And I'm using the particular example of the Internet of Things. Why benchmark? Because it enables you to make decisions. It enables you to plan effectively. Of course, to build the metrics for monitoring and measuring, to enable the development of best practices, to enable evaluation of utilities, the costs, the societal benefits, the impacts, and of course to enable you to compare. It's good if you could see, well, okay, we're here. It gives you some idea how you are moving with respect to the rest of the Caribbean and the world. And I want to give you an example of the 21st, and I was so happy, so very, very happy. Congratulations to the young people here, and you know, the enthusiasm. Let's not kill it. Let's not kill that enthusiasm for ICTs and making effective use of ICTs. So the 21st century trial, this is my vision, and it's in the context of the Internet of Things. So he, by whatever means, goes to school with a chip. Yes, he goes to school with a little chip. And what's in his bag? His lunch, definitely, and a tablet, not the ones that you take, right? Not the medicine. He may have those too, but he has his digital tablet, whatever it is. When his parents drop him off at the school, right, there are a lot of sensors all over capturing his movements in the school compound. If he doesn't go in the gate, if he doesn't go on the compound, we will know, right? He goes in his classroom, all his lessons are downloaded onto his tablet. The system registers his presence in the classroom. So there's no need. Before the teacher comes in, she could know who's in the class or who's not. Yes? And if he is not in the class and the system shows that he came through the gates, it means he's in the back of the school liming. Yes? So you could go and fetch him. You know where he is. And if the sensors too could possibly monitor his vitals. Yes? So that if his temperature shoots up or something, there's a flag. He needs to go to the nurse. Maybe he has measles or chicken pox. You don't want him infecting the rest of the school. This is what the Internet of Things allows, right? So, and if, perchance, at the time that the classes are supposed to begin and he's not in the class, yes, an alert could be sent out to the parent. Johnny didn't show up in class today. And the parent knows, oh, I dropped him off at school. Right? Now think in the instance of kidnappings and human trafficking, it's an early warning system. Right? If under normal circumstances, the whole day would pass. It's only maybe in the evening or the next day when the teacher, if she gets around to it, she will say, but Johnny didn't come to class. Right? And call the parents 24 hours later. That won't work. So I'm just giving you an example of some of the things that the Internet of Things could allow. And in order to benchmark what you want to do, you're looking at specific things: efficiency, effectiveness, reliability, relevance, impact, and the cost benefits. And one of the aspects, or some of the aspects of this ICT revolution is faster, yes, cheaper, yes, smarter, transparent, yes. So we could look at, we want to see those sort of benefits coming out from any ICT project that we do. Yes? And in this case, we're looking at benchmarking the Internet of Things. And I think let me see, I missed the, yes, here it is. So what was the challenge in this education, my 21st century child going to school? Well, there's a problem. Child absenteeism in school, that is a challenge. That is the thing that you want to correct. And then you want to articulate some sort of policy. So you want to ensure that the children are accounted for when on the school premises. And then you wanted to develop the programs. And it is one of education and consultation. You talk to the parents, you talk to the teachers, you talk to other stakeholders in the community, the police, and so on. And each child, and this is the program, you'll have those consultations, and based on that, you could outfit every child with an RFID device, and then have sensors strategically located at the school gates and on the school compound, and then implement the program. And you do public awareness and education, part of any program that you do, implementation of the hardware, the infrastructure, the devices, software, technology, the topologies, connectivity, all of those things have to be done. How are you dealing with the data that you collect from the sensors and so on? And how do we report this information? Those are all part of the implementation. Then you would set up your metrics, your measurements, and so on, and keep revisiting the process on a continuous basis. And hopefully, at the end, we want to be able to say we have 100% accountability for children who are taken to school, right? Because when the children understand what the implications are, they're not going to be running off to cricket or wherever they go these days. I have no idea. They'll be in school. And so that is the process. This is the policy development process that I had spoken of earlier. And the benchmarking, the efficiency, effectiveness. So you'd find when you implement such a system now, the teachers don't have to take roll. That's like 15 minutes accounted for there. Yes? Early notification of parents, informed parents. Parents know, they have a certain amount of confidence that their children are where they sent them this morning. The system is automated, so you don't have to wait on somebody to tally, okay, so and so, not here, so and so on. And when the child does his tests and his assignments, all of that is entered into your ICT system so that the teacher doesn't have to be, I remember when I was in primary school, the teachers, at the end of the year, the teachers used to make us add up scores. Of course, it was all anonymous. So X, and we had to do it. It was a sort of math exercise. But that used to take some days. Yes? You could have those scores almost instantaneously. And it's automated. So there's less opportunity for human error. Of course, the relevance of this policy, we live in an era of child trafficking and kidnapping. Yes? So it has a relevance to how we live. And then the impact, early interventions, early notification of parents, informed parents, improve school discipline. Because if you were supposed to be in class, they could, and you are on the compound, they will find you. Yes? Improve safety and security. Of course, there will be cost benefits associated with all of these. And the devices, you'd have to look and do some investigation. I'm not going to get into the technical, the bits, the bytes, the sensors, the actuators, and so on and so forth. I'm not going to get into that, but I just wanted to give you a flavor of the possibilities for ICT-enabled development. And development is not something conferred, right? It's not something that somebody has to tell you to do. You have to understand where you want to go, where you want to be. And at the end of all of this, as we embrace the concept of ICT-enabled development, the Internet of Things, and so on, we have to be mindful of the potential societal impact. I am very concerned. We have to be concerned about people's privacy, the protection of their person, their possessions, and so on, the cybersecurity things that we heard of this morning. And in this era of interconnectivity, in this era where we all, our lives are entwined, you know, if you leave home, you're going back home for your phone. You know, we don't want to miss out on the opportunity to converse with our neighbors. Yes? To have face-to-face good relationships, to know our neighbors, to lose our culture, to lose our souls. We want to ensure that when we embrace the technology, that we do not lose this other aspect to our existence. And I'm very concerned. I was just mentioning to a colleague, you know, I went to the doctor, and there was a mother, a father, and a little boy, and the mother was like this, the father was like this, the little boy was like this. And I'm thinking, when I was growing up, my father would be talking to me, Bernadette, did you see this? Or you know, okay, you can go, I'm going to give you the money, you go to the cashier, pay that sort of interaction, we're losing it. And it's a different world, but we really have to strive to protect the things that are of value to us. So development is not something conferred, it's something that we have to do for ourselves, right? And we may not have money, but we have brains, right? So think it through, plan carefully, and then act decisively. And that is my message to you today. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary General, Ms. Bernadette Lewis. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it again for our keynote speaker. Truly pulling it together and bringing it home in balance with regard to how do we approach our technology and not lose our basic fundamental humanity at the same time, which is very, very important. But this process begins first and foremost with leadership. And I picked up on that part, and Prime Minister, no pressure, but it does begin there. Someone has to champion the advancement and carry it. I like the way it was brought forward, that a person picking it up and then handing it off to someone else didn't seem to work. So we have to see it and follow it through, make sure that everyone gets on board. So once again, Ms. Lewis, thank you very much for developing our theme today and bringing us closer to a better understanding of the balance of how we become a much stronger ICT governance country and securing our future. It's time to now transition into our interactive session. It's time for you, the audience, to actually engage now. You've heard so much from sessions 1, 2, and now our keynote speaker. Now we want to hear from you. But to do that, we want to, first of all, begin with a panel discussion that's going to consist of a moderator and, of course, 4 other members. And to lead this panel discussion this morning, I'd like to introduce to you our moderator. Now, he holds a Master of Science degree in Information Technology and Cybersecurity from the Southern New Hampshire University, and a Bachelor of Science degree in Advertising, Political Science from the University of Miami. And he holds various technical certifications and has presented at professional conferences. He is the co-founder and Chief Executive Officer and Chief Technical Officer of Aurora Infotech, a managed services provider and IT solutions firm based in Orlando, Florida, and St. Martin. and is in the Eastern Caribbean as well. He combines more than 20 years of multifaceted executive management experience with impactful leadership in the information technology and telecommunication industries. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to please welcome to our stage our moderator for our panel discussion, Mr. Roy Richardson.
Now, what we're going to do is we're going to transition our stage a little bit to accommodate, first and foremost, our interactive session. Roy, the wealth of information we'll be able to consume this morning. Panel discussion is going to be dynamic. And of course, we look forward to the individuals that you'll be bringing up momentarily. How do you think it's going so far? Just get your input.
First of all, I think this is, an incredible opportunity here to showcase ICT as a whole, the whole underlying aspect of cybersecurity, and why it is that we need to put the relevant infrastructures, policies, and other aspects wrapped around ICT in place to ensure that our country can move forward. So I really, really commend His Excellency the Governor and everyone, the committee, etc., who's part of organizing this. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm honored to be here and looking forward to it.
Okay, great. Let's go ahead and get you seated here. And of course, we're going to be able to allow you to introduce the panel members that will be joining you on stage.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and dignitaries, welcome to our roundtable discussion on ICT governance. Cedric just introduced me. I'm Roy Richardson, CEO, CTO of Aurora Infotech, and your moderator for this session. I'm honored to share the stage today with a group of seasoned professionals who I consider to be technology ambassadors of our region. First, I'd like to call to stage Mr. Jean Arnel, managing partner of Computech, and someone who I consider to be one of our islands and certainly the region's pioneers in ICT. Right next. Yep. Thank you. Welcome. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Bernadette Lewis, Secretary General of the CTU, and a leading advocate for ICT and cybersecurity development in the Caribbean region. Welcome. Mr. Bevel Wooding, a leading advocate of regional internet development and one of 7 people in the world designated as a key holder for the restoration of internet services in the event of a major calamity. No pressure. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Kendall Dupersoy, recently appointed CEO of the Telem Group of Companies. Mr. Dupersoy's appointment to the CEO position represents a full circle in his telecom career, as he started out with the organization as the manager of the organization's internet division when it was first founded. He later went on to become the IT director for our international airport, while also serving as a board member for Telem. Remarkable journey. Mr. Dupersoy, welcome. Mr. Dupersoy, we've heard from the other panelists here with their presentations. I'd like to give you an opportunity. Maybe you can give us in 2 minutes what your perspective is on ICT governance.
Of course. Mike? Okay, thank you. Last
21.0, 4 main issues. Speakers mentioned legislation. Mr. Wooding emphasized the importance of this where cybersecurity is concerned. Not only does legislation entail regulating the industry, but also criminalization of security breaches. I fully agree that this undertaking be tackled in cooperation within the region to harmonize the regulations and laws. The responsibility for the beginning of this has to come from persons like me, industry professionals who have come together in a regional basis to formulate these laws and things and then pass them on to our legislators so that they might pass laws and regulations. 2, compulsory ICT education. Mr. Arnell spoke on many issues, but what I feel we should take away from his presentation is the importance of a well-educated next generation. 30% of the jobs in the next generation does not exist as yet, but yet we have to prepare our students for these jobs right now. Although St. Martin is a tourism-based economy, from Mr. Arnold's information, we can see how important ICT is to every country's GDP. ICT not only contributes directly to GDP, but with ICT innovations like these presented by St. Martin Academy, we can see the indirect effect ICT can have on our tourism product. 3, infrastructure development. Telecommunication income has reduced significantly in the last 5 years. WhatsApp, FaceTime, Instagram, and Facebook has changed the way we communicate. Data is now the way to go. While telecom companies are making millions in investment to provide broadband service to our customers, the return on investment is not in the traditional ways. So even legacy telecom companies are looking for innovations in ICT to continue to drive the business and maintain the networks. Security, number 4. In ICT, we always say that the weakest security is the user. That was clear today in some of the presentations. I'm not blaming though. It's really difficult to remember those cryptic passwords. And that's why we write it down under the keyboard. The key here is for us to realize that while educating the next generation, we have to educate this generation. That is where we go in the long way, in enhancing our security by telling people not to write their passwords on their keyboards. Thank you.
Wow. Not bad at all for an impromptu answer to. So one of the things that we did when the symposium started this morning is we conducted a snap poll to sort of gauge the audience's perception of ICT. And I just want to go down real quickly. There were 3 questions that were asked, and I want to go down quickly the results of that poll so that we have a sort of an understanding of what's out there. And the first question that was asked of the attendees is, do you think ICT has influenced your life positively? And an overwhelming 90% of those polled agreed and strongly agreed. The next question was, is St. Martin on the cutting edge of ICT technology, in their opinion? And this one, we've kind of swung to the other side of the spectrum. Only 29% agreed or strongly disagreed, which means that, or strongly agreed, sorry, which means that 71% actually think otherwise. So it gives us an indicator in terms of, where we need to work. And then the other thing that we asked was on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the most positive, how does St. Martin compare to the USA when it comes to ICT? And in this particular case, we had a range of answers, but I would say that approximately 53% scored, between 5 and 6, and everything else was below that. So we clearly have some homework to do as a country, togetherness, both public and private, in terms of moving our ICT forward. Any particular comments that any of the panelists would like to make on those numbers?
Because I'd like to say, the technology changes so fast.
Yeah.
It's very difficult for smaller entities to be able to keep up with technology. So whenever, I think maybe we might be in a transition period right now where the technology is again changing. Broadband is becoming more accessible, and I think the industry is going to be significantly improved. You have to take the same poll probably 6 months from now, the results might be a lot different because of the fact that we are right now in a transition period trying to provide broadband services throughout the island in a way that is affordable to most of the people on the island. So as being in that transition period, I agree with those results. However, I can imagine that within 6 months to a year from now, those results will be significantly different.
That would be interesting. I
have a different perspective on that. What you describe and what you discovered in that snap pool is what I call the perception gap. And it's not an easy race to catch up with, because for most users, particularly consumers of information communication technology, their expectation of what the technology could or should be doing is not driven by local conditions. It is driven by a sight of and an appetite for examples and models that come from different environments. Mostly larger, mostly better funded, mostly better promoted. A big part of the perception gap. So that the perception gap can be thought of as what I am seeing and assuming someone else is experiencing somewhere else, and what I think should be happening at home. And there are a couple of reasons why that's a difficult gap to close. One, the extent to which those examples of use of technology in other environments, North America, Europe, are given comes through different media formats that we consume. But we don't have an equivalent level of promotion of what is happening with the use of technology here to even begin to shift the needle on my perception that government is doing what it could or should be doing, or that our businesses and entrepreneurs are innovating in the way that they could or should be doing. So I get the phone, or I get the broadband, or I get the fancy new technology, and my appetite for it is driven by Amazon, eBay, Uber, and these organizations which come from environments that have a much better developed ecosystem. Ecosystem is not just the funding and capitalization, it is also how it is promoted, how is it celebrated, how do you see it reinforced through media and in movies and in music. And when you can't get the equivalent of that at home, there is a perception that, well, we don't have what it takes, or we can't ever get there. And that's a difficult gap to close. Not impossible, but difficult. And going back to the point that was raised earlier, that there has to be a very coordinated approach to how you shape the public's perception of the technology as something that can be rooted in the local environment, that solves local problems, that is driven by local entrepreneurship. That messaging has to be part of any movement toward technology utilization.
Good. Thank you. Point well taken from both of you. Before we move forward on the questions, I just wanted to give the audience a little bit of what we're going to be discussing up here today. Obviously, the main topic is on ICT governance, but we're going to venture in and out of discussions surrounding technology and education, e-commerce as an enabler, infrastructure, broadband, the Universal Service Fund, cybersecurity, and of course the Internet of Things and 5G, which seems to be, the big catalyst for a lot of things that are happening out there today. Our session, of course, will consist of two 15-minute segments with we're going to take a break in between for 7.5 minutes so that we actually take questions from the audience. So I ask you to, write down your questions, and we'll actually take questions from you. And then each party will be allotted 2 minutes to answer the question. We have a very tight schedule, so let's try and respect that. And also respect the other person while they're talking. I don't think we'll have a problem with that up here. So let's move forward, folks. Let's talk about technology and education. Mr. Arnell, I would like to ask you, sir, in your opinion, is the importance of ICT really reflected and underscored in our educational curriculum today? Motivate your answer to me, maybe provide some recommendations.
Well, it isn't, but we're on a small island, and I think we need to take that into consideration also. We talk a lot about providing students with tablets and laptops, but we talk very little about preparing the teachers. So I think it should start with a partnership with the industry and not necessarily only the local business ecosystem, but we need to go out and get the major international partners to come in and work with us on creating extracurricular activities that are technology related. The reality is today, 3D printing is a reality. Artificial intelligence is a reality. You can probably walk up to a McDonald's today and you will be recognized by a device that changes the burger that is shown to you based on your historic purchases. That is a reality. That is not something futuristic. So those trends in technology, whether it's nanotechnology, biotechnology, 3D printing, we need to expose young St. Martiners to those technologies, and it will require that government make an investment in building a lab of the future, and we won't be able to have every technology. And that is why in my presentation, I focused on tourism, because that is where we are, that is what we know. And I mean, there's some good research on the future of travel. And let's start by researching how we can improve the experience of our visitors before they come, while they're here, and when they leave, by using technology. So, so what is embedded in our curriculum is more than necessary to improve it. Everyone isn't going to become software engineers, but we need to expose our children. I mean, I started programming when I was 16. That's late. And today, you have a lot of 16-year-olds that still haven't written a line of code or be exposed to it. So, yeah.
Curriculum reform is essential in the whole scheme of things. We have to be preparing our children for those jobs of the future that haven't even been defined. Mm-hmm. But then another aspect of the whole learning issue is, how do children these days learn, right? And how do we deliver that learning experience to the children? Those are things that need to be carefully considered. The whole ICT environment, it's very rapid, it's very graphic, it's interactive. And if our teachers are still, you know, with the chalk and the, you know, there's a clear disconnect here. And in my engagements with young people, you know, they're young, and it's a whole different experience for them. Something that we can't necessarily relate to, but somebody has to do some research, and studies have been done in how children learn, how they absorb information now in this age. Is it that the classes are going to be 40 minutes long with a teacher up there? You're gonna lose your audience, you know, and the whole issue of how the teaching, how the learning is delivered needs a lot of, you know, careful consideration. We need to do some research into that, or get the studies that show what is the best way now to educate our millennials, and you know, very important.
And I, having firsthand experience on that, if I may share, I agree with both of you. My son is 13. And he has today 3 technical certifications. He's working on his A+ as we speak. But he learns primarily by watching online content. And it's like the kids nowadays are sponges. They just sponge this stuff up. Whereas, you know, we tended more to, as you say, the teachers and the chalkboards and the, you know, the dust in the air. So yes, we have to maybe take a complete look at, you know, the formats in terms of how we're getting information out to students, make it interesting for them.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Roy. Somewhere along the way, education became defined by the classroom, and that is really not what true education is. Education goes beyond the classroom, and we are now in an environment where it is a lot easier for students at any age to acquire knowledge. And we have a school system that still tries to hold some kind of monopoly on where and when and how learning should take place. And that is not a battle the traditional school model is going to win. If you think about these jobs of the future, the jobs for which there are no courses and no programs now, and you consider the fact that St. Martin or other islands of the Caribbean, which are small, have the chance to do something that larger environments do not, which is to pivot quickly upon the available technology and take advantage of what is there now. We can actually have models that accelerate how we prepare that next generation. And take Jean's comment about tourism, for example. For every challenge and every deficiency, there's an opportunity. And if you look at what it takes to please the digital tourist, the tourist that is coming with the devices and expects to share real time and is looking for a certain amount of bandwidth, there is a whole range of services that ought to support that. The good thing about our island size is that if we targeted content development for the tourism industry or cybersecurity to keep and make sure that the networks that supply them with that content are safe, each one of those skill sets and each one of those opportunities allows us to stand tall in the world. So the same level of effort that it takes to prepare a new cadre of workers for the digital era, for our national economic development agenda, is the same level of effort that it will take to create an industry that allows us to offer that service to other territories, other nations, and other sectors. And that's an important thing to understand. We have a very real chance to identify niche areas, put attention, focus, and resource there, and actually build out new learning models that create the new digital worker of the future. And I think that's something we have to look at.
Totally agree. Well, we all three agree that curriculum is not developed as way it should be, but what I want to emphasize is the importance of what John said in his opening statement. And I saw a couple of heads nodding when he mentioned it about re-educating the teachers. I think that's where we have to start when we want to implement a change in curriculum. And like Mr. Woodley also said, is about changing the whole way that we're educating the students right now. The way that the keynote speaker, I'm sorry, Miss Lewis. Sorry about that. Ms. Lewis mentioned it as well about change the way that students learn nowadays. Your son is a great example. And by the way, your company is in good hands if he already has 3 technical degrees and work on his A+. That's an amazing achievement for somebody. But that's how they learn nowadays. I have sons as well, and they spend a lot of time online. One of them is actually learning ICT. He's in school studying that at the moment, and he 60% of his courses he has to go online and learn it. And I get, being a CEO, I tell them, and being very popular on Facebook, I get a lot of comments from people about when the internet is not working, and I would say about 60% of them, the reason why they complain about this is because they have to submit schoolwork. So in St. Martin, we have a little bit of trend toward that change, toward using the internet as part of the overall development of the curriculum, but I think we have to go even further. And like my colleague here said, because we're small, we can pivot and get an advantage over some of the larger constituencies and stuff like that.
Just one quick point. Sure. I don't want us to miss, so the students definitely, and attention to them, important. Teachers, absolutely critical that they come on board. But you have to ask yourself, in the digital era, who are the teachers? Is it only those who are in the schools? What about the parents and the business leaders who also represent part of the learning environment? And I think attention has to be paid to how parents get updated as to what exactly young people are doing online and on the computers. We've seen examples where parents assume that because junior or juniorette is on the device, that they're doing something positive, developmental, and educational. And that is not always a safe assumption. But awareness can help in terms of just general parental supervision and support for some of these new digital directions that our young people are going into. I think that's an important thing to note as well in any education discussion. Parents have to also be brought on board.
Yes. Point very well taken.
The public awareness has to go with the education as well. Yes. You cannot separate them. You can't, they are just so closely related. And as we've seen it, when we did the Caribbean ICT Roadshow in several of the countries, we did programs for parents, and we said, oh my goodness, we had no idea. We need to pay attention to this, but who is giving that message out there? Who is telling, who is bringing us on the north side of 21, who is bringing us up? You know, those people who need to understand, their guardians, their parents, and the public awareness is absolutely necessary for them as well.
Thank you. We went over a little bit of time on those answers, but because education is so important, I wanted to really get that out there. But we spoke a little about broadband earlier, and Mr. Dupusoy mentioned it. So if I may ask you the question, Mr. Dupusoy, what role does broadband play in economic and social development?
It's extremely important. The reason why broadband is important is because everything has to happen in a certain amount of time. Like Mr. Wooding mentioned about, you know, the expectations that we have comparing our internet speed to that in a more developed country. It's like we have to try to almost emulate that speed in sometime at a much greater cost than they can provide it for. But the broadband is essential because all of the things that run on the internet now, the Internet of Things, that's all going to be based on your broadband speed. If your speed is not up to par, you're simply not going to be able to provide that service. All the people that are right now in school that are going to be writing apps, the new set of apps that with the new programs, the new websites, all of that is going to be dependent on how fast you can provide that internet access to the app, the person, the individual, or whoever's doing e-commerce, e-government. All those things are going to be based on speed. People tend to get bored quickly. If they have to go online and wait 30, 40 seconds for a page to refresh, they're simply not going to do it. You know, they're going to be complaining. So we have to make sure that broadband is accessible to every person, everywhere on the island. Also, all the homes, the smart homes, all the technology that is coming, it's all based on broadband speed. So we in the region have to make sure that we have the fiber networks and other broadband technologies to be able to provide this service to people at an affordable cost, which is extremely challenging for us because of the fact of our limited ability. But then I have to go to what Mr. Wooding says about, you know, collaboration within the region to be able to buy maybe at a bulk rate and be able to, you know, divide it among the different islands to be able to offer that broadband speed at a rate that everybody can afford, because it's extremely important. And going back to the education as well, you know, providing broadband in the schools. So maybe the student that maybe doesn't have that full experience at home can have that experience in school to be able to develop whatever their development aspects are.
And it is as we move into this Internet of Things, you absolutely have to have a robust broadband infrastructure. That child in the 21st century, you know, all that information that could be potentially be collected, the cars on the road and so on, as we heard this morning, you need a robust broadband infrastructure to carry all of those services.
So going on that, and Mr. Arnell, I'm going to point this one to you because I know that you are very much actively involved with the Common Use Infrastructure project on the northern part of the island. You have a lot of knowledge also in terms of what the island of St. Bart's did next door. So the idea of a common use infrastructure scheme has been floating around for years. In such a scheme, all infrastructure such as fiber, optics, DSL, mobile, wireless communications, etc., would be owned and operated by a separate, operated agnostic infrastructure company, from which the telecom operators and then service providers would lease connectivity on an equal access and fair usage basis. In other words, instead of competing on technology, we now compete on services. So what are your thoughts on this? And do you see this as a catalyst for ICT development?
Certainly. But that is a corporate governance scheme that would actually play a role in terms of return on investment. The point that I want to make is this. Infrastructure is like the foundation of a house. You build it and then you forget about it. What is important is that we talk about the production side of technology. How do we make new entrepreneurs and existing entrepreneurs better by leveraging ICT? And here's how we should go about doing so. We need to start building new services and promoting new usages. Let me give you an example. A couple of weeks ago, an older gentleman in French Quarter passed away. He had Alzheimer's. He got up at 4 a.m. in the morning. He left his home and they couldn't find him for 3 days. Now, in a world where we have bandwidth, we have all kinds of wearable devices, you couldn't put a GPS on this guy so people could know where he is. That is a practical usage, but someone needs to build that app. Someone needs to build that app, and that is where the opportunity is, and that is where the value really is. The value is not in the infrastructure. So that is why I mentioned earlier on, government intervention as well as private funding is going to enable us to build out that infrastructure. Whoever manages it, manages it. But the value is in the services that we put on top. Giving people better bandwidth at home to look at YouTube videos or play games that are produced elsewhere does not generate value for Sinman. What is important is for us to build services and promote new music.
So going on, Mr. Dupersoy, I'm going to ask you the same question to answer, because you spoke about cost just now and the cost of actually putting down this infrastructure. And with such a scheme, do you see that common use scheme where perhaps the cost of getting broadband reliable, putting in a proper infrastructure and getting it rolled out to the masses while sharing costs with other operators would lower your overhead and enable you to have a quicker return on investment?
Well, in the case of being the incumbent telecom provider, we have a whole lot of infrastructure already placed in the ground that we leverage for a profit. So yes, going forward, it would lower the overhead, but it would also significantly lower the profit margin that we can assess by probably, utilizing our infrastructure based on, the service that we want to provide. I think that having a common infrastructure sounds good when you think about it, because it's like it lowers the cost for all telecom providers on the island, and yes, you can compete on service. But the issue we have to take into consideration, all the legacy telecom providers that already have that infrastructure, how are we going to compensate them for that infrastructure that we have in the ground? And once we come up with a fair scheme for that, then I would fully support the fact, because again, you don't want to be digging holes all over the place when there's already pipes in the ground that you can share. So that, and on top of that too, I think that when you compete on services, it will tend to drive what Mr. Hanel is talking about, that entrepreneurial spirit of this person that can now, for a lot less price, develop apps and have the connectivity necessary to test these type of things in an environment that is not based on whether they with one company or the other company, but based on the fact that they can provide us, they can obtain a service for much less cost, because of the fact that the infrastructure cost has now been moved to another area of the market, another area of the company, or another company that is then now tasked with maintaining and providing the infrastructure. The only thing I want to mention quickly at the end is Jean mentioned about the infrastructure being the foundation, and then you build it and forget about that. In our industry, you forget it for 6 months, because 6 months later you got to go and enhance it and change things about it. So there's constant reinvestment has to go into that. So the economic model has to make sense for all the providers.
Good. I think we've reached our first 15-minute mark, so I would like to open the floor for questions for the audience real quickly. Ms. Peterson?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to use my voice at this point. And I invite all those who will be taking like post questions, please stand, and the microphone is positioned in this aisle, and right over here, my right hand side, your left. So, Dr. Harrison, good morning.
Good morning. Is this working?
Yes.
I would like to say, first of all, thank you to Governor Holliday and all of the speakers, a very inspirational and very important symposium here. I was particularly interested in Ms. Lewis's presentation about the effective monitoring of chipped students on a school ground, but I would like to ask the panel, my concern is that the trajectory would be a chipped citizenry, and how far do we go before personal liberties and privacy issues start crossing boundaries, and will we reach a Huxleyan kind of brave new world? And I'd like to get your opinions on that.
Thank you.
Right, I thought he was asking the panel.
Who would like to take that
Excellent question, and I have very, very similar concerns. And that's why I said chipped by whatever means. It could be a wearable device, but it raises all of the issues that you have just very carefully stated. And that is why I said we have to plan carefully we need to determine the boundaries that we would like to establish. And I think those sort of things will come out of consultations. I am of the view that privacy is fast becoming a myth, right? But
It's 1 o'clock.
Sorry? Did someone say something?
Somebody device said it's 1 o'clock.
And I fight very strenuously to protect mine. But we have an opportunity here to set the framework in which these things would operate. And I don't have the answer. That is something I think it's a collective decision that many stakeholders and ordinary citizens too must contribute to that debate so that we set the boundaries and that those things are considered when we formulate the plans. So that you would have seen, I think at least twice I've mentioned the need for consultation. Yes? And as a society, these are the sort of decisions that have to be made. It's not the government's call. It is a collective responsibility.
Next question. Okay, let's take our next question.
Yes, I'd like to address this question to Mr. Woodings, and that's in respect of we have to recognize the Honorable Governor of Curacao because I'm addressing certs in reference to the protection and the quick response after that of Mr. Richardson. You have a company that comes in behind the IT experts within the company. After you come in as the surgeon, so to speak, then we talk about the cert. In Curacao has the mother of certs in the Caribbean region called CariCert. Following that was Jamaica, sponsored by Microsoft, and thereafter Trinidad as well. Now, we have a situation of which I'll allow you to expound upon, but I certainly do believe that with Curacao being our brothers and sisters and the development of the mother of certs in the region, of whom works along with the mother of certs of the European Union in the Netherlands, and also the mother of certs in the North American market called the United States, why are we not acting on that?
Okay, right. I'll answer the first part, but by first starting off with just a quick definition for those who may not be aware of what a CERT is. It's a Computer Security Incident Response Team. It's normally a group of individuals who volunteer their time and their resource to monitor and respond to threats that are computer or network related. As the gentleman pointed out, Curacao was one of the first Caribbean territories to actually start a CERT. The other countries you mentioned, though, while they have been moving toward it, they do not now have active, fully functional certs in place. And that is something that is of concern to the technical community across the region. The purpose of a CERT is to anticipate and to have a coordinated response to security incidents. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of the attacks on networks are both from within and without. And to deal with attacks that come from outside of the country, or to even be aware that there are attacks, different people have to be looking at different things. And so there are industry certs. Belize is now putting together, for example, a financial services sector cert because the financial services sector does not wish to share information on the nature of the attacks against the banking and financial services industry network in that country. But then there are others of the view that reporting on attacks is a big part of being able to effectively resource and respond to attacks. I share that view. And I believe that for the Caribbean, the more we are aware of the nature of the attacks on Caribbean networks and Caribbean computer infrastructure, the greater the response capacity can be across various sectors of society. For St. Martin, I will leave others to answer why movements have not been or are not sufficiently advanced. But I would say this, it is something that has to be seriously considered. It is a foundational part of any legitimate, serious approach to securing the cyber environment, and it is an essential part of the development of the digital economy in any country.
I have one other question, and that would be for Ms. Lewis. When you speak of the regulatory framework and consideration of legislation and policies, who would you recommend being the gatekeeper or the enforcer of so-called legislations and or policies? Would you recommend the existing telecom regulator or otherwise?
You've asked a question that I have been sort of wrestling with for some time. I really believe that the regulator should have more teeth. The different regulatory functions across the region, it's diverse, the regulatory function, but I certainly believe that regulators must have more teeth and to be able to enforce some of the things that their mandate, the things that are in keeping with their mandate. But I also believe there is a lot, many of our institutions need to retool and considering the current rapid technological innovation. And for the greater part, many of the institutions, as I said, you're operating in systems that are archaic, and you have to rethink what your role is going to be, rethink what regulation is going to be in this current age. Yes, and that is my attempt at the answer to your question.
Folks, in the interest of time, we're going to move ahead. We will have another question segment at the end of the next segment. So, speaking of the certs, Mr. Wooding, as we continue to evolve our security methodologies and techniques to protect our ICT resources, attackers, of course, continue to innovate their techniques and tricks to infiltrate organizations, steal valuable data, and cause damage. What can we do to not only detect but also stop these evasions from happening?
Well, in short, establish a security incident response team, a SIT. The longer answer, though, has to do with the overall approach to collaboration and communication between stakeholders, and not just national stakeholders, regional and international stakeholders. Tracking down the source of some of these incidents normally involves cooperating with agencies that are much further afield. And you have crimes that may, for example, originate in the Ukraine, that pass through Turkey, that swing into the United Kingdom, that go across the United States before coming to St. Martin. And to be able to follow that trail, you have to have contact points in each one of those jurisdictions willing to share information. By the same token, those countries are also looking to the Caribbean and to St. Martin to find out who's doing what, where, and why. And having information on what is passing across the networks, what is the nature of the types of strategies being employed, helps the entire international community to shape and evolve their defense strategies. So the CERTs are a foundational part of those efforts to keep that conversation going between not just the security agencies, but the other actors affected by cybercrime.
If I could just add,
Sure.
Of course, the whole issue of an aware public helps tremendously, so that they could identify what's happening at the end user and know who to contact and to make the necessary interventions that would filter somehow by whatever mechanism. It has to be engineered of the suit.
And I agree with both of you. I mean, when you look at you know, the percentage of, let's say, where breaches come from, and maybe people may not notice, but because of, I don't want to say it's not a lack of education, but a lack of awareness, perhaps, that the vast majority, a very high percentage, and over 50% actually occur from inside of our organizations, unknowingly. You know, it's just because of the way we operate, and we're very trustworthy, and we, you know, take a USB device here, there, and everywhere else, and etc. Right? And I think you mentioned before, sorry, about the password underneath the keyboard.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why serious consideration has to be given to breach reporting. There is a certain shame associated to being hacked or being the victim of some kind of cyber incident, but there is also great benefit in making others aware. This is what happened, this is how it happened, this is what we must never allow to happen again.
Yeah, right.
And keeping attacks secret or keeping cyber incidents secret ultimately does not help the cause of strengthening networks and network security.
And Mr. Arnell, your firm recently engaged in a major partnership with Fortinet to tackle a lot of these areas that we're talking about today. Now, with the latest ransomware attacks still fresh in our minds, what can we do to prevent ransomware from holding our data hostage?
Well, there's actually nothing you can do to prevent them, really, because as Bevel showed in his presentation, the infrastructure and the cooperation that the hackers have are certainly more sophisticated than ours, our small businesses here and our small government. So what is important is how we mitigate the risk and how do we ensure business continuity. Every one of us here have digital assets. You probably have more digital photos than physical photos, for example. So cybersecurity is an individual problem and a corporate problem, a government problem, as well as a national issue. One of the questions we had earlier was regarding privacy. And we're not waiting until they put a chip under our fingers. You've already relinquished your privacy. When you read your Facebook privacy statement in Google, you actually accept that they will crawl all your information. When you use location data to search for a restaurant, well, where's that location data stored? Who actually knows where you are all the time? And that is a significant question. You use emails that are in the cloud. Well, what kind of data sovereignty regulation, legislation we have, and where are emails really stored? So your question is relevant. I would say two things. The first is that networks within companies and government have been designed to protect from the outside, as it was mentioned, and today they need to be designed to protect from the inside. And we need to isolate parts of our network that really has nothing to do talking with the outside. You receive an email from pseudo Amazon, and when you click on it, I mean, you know well you didn't order anything, but you click on it, and the whole organization is infected with a ransomware, and then we are shut down for a week or two. So the reality is we need to redesign networks to take into consideration the fact that the threats are coming from inside, and we need to sandbox the threats once they hit us. So you mentioned Fortinet. There's several other vendors. There are products and technologies, but the main issue is redesigning networks in our businesses and government to take into consideration where the threat can come from. And that requires what is now called internal network segmentation. We need to segment our organizations, and we need to make sure that our data is backed up and highly available. And as a follow-up to that, I would say the cloud offers us, with respect to data sovereignty, the opportunity to store our data outside of the island in the event that there's a major disaster, because we prepare for hurricanes, but now we're hearing about cyber disasters that could shut us down. Very well said.
I need to make a point here, because the reality of the Caribbean is that over 90% of businesses are micro and small. And in those businesses, as they move inevitably toward putting more of their services online and on the cloud and so on, that action is normally performed by some outside operator. Most businesses do not have dedicated IT staff. So when you start getting into issues like you need to segment the network and you need to ensure that there are these protocols in place, for most business owners, for most of the networks upon which our services rely, there is no internal capacity to secure and safeguard the very valuable data that they must now depend on in the digital era, and that's a problem. So the issue of ransomware and how do you defend against it, at one level you can say there has to be greater investment in network and network security, but at the other level you must say there has to be greater investment in people and people development to secure our digital networks.
Which goes back to the first question of our opening, right? Which is the education.
That's correct.
And it goes back to the awareness and how the two go hand in hand. Let's delve a little bit into e-commerce. You know, you mentioned before about the bogus Amazon, but in various presentations made throughout the day, we saw, you know, familiar icons, Amazon's, eBay, etc., popping up. How important is e-commerce to a developing country like St. Martin? Why don't I give that to you, Mr. Sorry.
It's a good question. When the term was first mentioned, e-commerce, you know, you looked at it, and I mean, this is quite a few years ago, and I said to myself, I said, what can we do in St. Martin? Because all we export is, we import tourism, and we basically export dollars. So what can we develop in St. Martin that we can export? Because we have no real industry. So what are we going to do? Because at the time, you know, the knowledge of e-commerce was like you said, Amazon or eBay that has products and then ship it out. But then I started to think, as we started to develop more, we look at Uber is a rental company, doesn't own a car. You know, those type of industries are like, so you're not location specific anymore. Now it's possible now for somebody in St. Martin to make an agreement with somebody in Timbuktu and say, I'm going to provide a service here via this app, and when it happens, you're going to make this and do this for me, and I'm going to give you some money for that. So so that makes it limitless of what you can do anywhere in the world when you have the access to the internet that we now enjoy. So I think that it can be developed. I think that there's also locally, we can develop some e-commerce type strategies in order to better prepare our, you know, better provide services to our tourism. Jean mentioned, you know, getting in contact with the tourists before they come, while they're here, and after they leave. Those are all things that we can do right here on the island that can benefit the community and also bring us significant income if it's done properly.
Right. So I'm going to cut through some of the questions here because we're running out of time, and there's at least 2 or 3 of them that I really want to get in there. It said by 2020, there'll be more than 50 billion interconnected smart devices, all of course driven by the Internet of Things revolution. And the advent, of course, of 5G, which goes hand in hand with that. That number of devices will no doubt have an impact on broadband and mobile infrastructures as we know today, not only here in St. Martin, but worldwide. So what does St. Martin need to do to ensure that it is well prepared from an infrastructure perspective to handle its share of the IoT impact?
Well, this goes back to the question you asked earlier about bandwidth. The truth is bandwidth is the oxygen of the digital economy. So think of bandwidth and the digital economy the same way you think of adoption and the human body. For Internet of Things, for e-commerce to have life, there has to be sufficient infrastructure in place to provide what we can call local bandwidth. And St. Martin was actually one of the first countries in the region to establish an internet exchange point, essentially a local bandwidth factory. But to take full advantage of that, some other things need to be in place. And those things have to do not with the entrepreneurs and their ability to create ideas and to foster innovation, but with the government and its ability to put this enabling environment in place, the legislation that allows for the more rapid establishment of businesses, the protections for intellectual property, the facilitation for finances for small businesses and young entrepreneurs. These are the enabling elements that allow us to have discussions around the Internet of Things and devices and sensors and online business. Because without that, you don't have the oxygen to breathe life into the digital economy. So to me, there's some steps there's some blocks to put in place before you can start walking down the Internet of Things track. First, before you get to the Internet of Things, we have to ensure that the foundation is in place infrastructure-wise. That's the broadband, that's the 5G. We have to ensure that the legislative environment is there to protect online businesses and to facilitate online commerce in country and not have people open accounts outside of the country and export the money outside of the country before we can get to the businesses that then we done. There's a simple fact of international e-commerce that is worth mentioning here, and that is that the environments that have the greatest investment in internet infrastructure have the greatest economic return in their information economy. And that is a model that we can literally take and apply into our plans for progressing the economy.
Yeah, closing comment, I mean, on that, one minute. So on the Internet of Everything, Mrs. Lewis used a scenario of a student comes home from school, and well, his parents knows that he's at home now because he has a transponder in his bag, a sensor in his bag. So that activates a process that heats up his food in the microwave, and his parents knows that he's home. And he has a chip on his toothbrush, so you know when he brushes his teeth, right? And that is real. That I saw demos of this 3 years ago, and it does exist. The challenge here is, where do we start? We will be in the Internet of Things anyway. We already are. I mean, you have devices on your hand that are sending all of the walking. You're going somewhere. Where do we start? And let's take a scenario of disaster management. So you're sitting in an operational center during a hurricane, and how do you know which part of the island is flooding first? And where do you send your response teams? So we need to look at the Internet of what things we're going to do, and we prioritize what is important for us to measure and to connect. I met with a water company a couple of months ago, and they were telling me, well, we have this customer that owes us nearly €1 million because they have so many meters everywhere, and they're not smart meters, and there's actually no one assigned to measure whether these meters are on or off, whether consumption is spiking, so that we can measure some kind of leakage. So let's start from where we are. And let's look at our tourism industry, for example, and look at where we can use the Internet of those things. So it's going to affect us in any case, but the infrastructure definitely is relevant, security is relevant, but what is important is how are we going to monetize the services so that we can measure value from the Internet. If it's just wearing devices where international companies are reaping the value, does it really make sense for our country? We'll be using them anyhow. So what is important is that we develop the Internet of our things. How are we going to monetize the services and the solutions by promoting new usages locally?
That's right.
Thank you, sir.
That was
final 30 seconds. Okay.
Very clear.
Good. I don't think we can add many more to any more that was set up here today. I would like to thank each of you for your contributions. Before we hand over the floor to Mr. Peterson, do we have time for any more questions from the audience? Or
no, at this point we actually are completely out of time. So I'll allow you to basically thank the panelists.
And the challenge, of course, is that there's so much information to get out that there's never enough time. Thank you very much, everyone. Mr. Arnell, Ms. Lewis, Mr. Wooding, Mr. Dupersoy. Thank you for your time and your contributions. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Oops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richardson, for your moderation. Actually, Mr. Arnell, don't disappear too quickly. I'd like to ask everyone to please remain on stage at this time. And we're just going to make some small adjustments here. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed our panel discussion. Let's hear it once again for our panelists. Ms. Richardson, thank you very much for your excellent job in moderating this dynamic group of individuals with regard to our topic of discussion for our symposium. At this time, I would like to invite His Excellency, Dr. Anders Eugene Holliday, to the stage.
Okay, shoot. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We literally ran out of bandwidth. All right, we do have some additional investments to make in bandwidth, as we have heard. But in any case, I believe that the objective in terms of the message and the goal of this symposium has been brought over. I hope you would agree with me. And there is a world of what, to use Mr. Arnell's final words, we should work on our Internet of Things, of our things. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to use this opportunity to express my thanks to this distinguished group of speakers, panelists, and moderator here this morning. I believe that the region, we see the excellent quality that our region has, and with this type of quality, I'm sure that we'll be fine in the digital age. So having said that, I would like to make the first presentation to Mr. Richardson. As a token of appreciation for your contribution here, these tokens are a representation of the thinker. And the thinker statue is truly representative of these people. These are men and a woman who stand out as the brain of our region. So, Mr. Richardson.
Thank you very much, sir. Much appreciated.
And the second is for Mr. Dupusoy. As you continue to think and lead our telecom company here on St. Martin, much success.
Thank you.
Thank you. He wants it.
You didn't think about it.
Yes. And Mr. Wooding. Now you heard the brilliant bio of Mr. Wooding. I think there's not much more to say in terms of the level of his thought.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Thank you. Thank you. And then Mr. Jean Arnell. Our things. And finally, our keynote speaker, Ms. Bernadette Lewis, the leader of all the men on the stage. Right? While I'm always concerned about our privacy, but I understood that our privacy have already been given away. Yeah. So we give it away. We give it away. We give it away. Thank you. Thank you. It's heavy. Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much, Mrs. Lewis and gentlemen, for your wonderful contribution here this morning and part of this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
I would then like to call on the students of the St. Martin Academy, our future.
Great job. Okay, we just put this on the
And I forgot to mention the teacher as well, right? Please come on, please join us. Because as we understood, if we don't train the teacher, then we are not going to maximize the objective of ICT in education. So the teachers are also very important in this process. So I have a small token for each of you.
Okay, what are we doing with them?
Let me take a good picture.
Sorry, come again. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Perfect.
Okay, can I have a group picture with you? Thank you. Good. My pleasure. Thank you. And finally, I'm going to need some technology to pull this one off. Can I invite our Prime Minister, Mr. William Marlin, the Honorable William Marlin, to join me on the stage?
You got it? Okay, good. So you got it.
Can you have it?
Yeah.
Well, we are talking about the Internet of Things, and to ensure that we are indeed taking the next step, I would like to make my presentation in expressing my appreciation for the Prime Minister's vision for St. Martin, a smart society. I would therefore also like to see if both of us are smart enough to make this presentation here. So, Prime Minister, everyone is looking. So, one.
Hold on. Hold on.
You can see my password? I doubt it. I doubt it.
One second. Let me make sure you're on the Wi-Fi, because that's going to be good. And we're good.
So, yeah.
You see him?
No, I don't see him yet.
No, go to the photo.
Yeah. Good. All right. Yeah, we are. Where did the photo go? Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see him come up there.
I didn't see him.
The drop is on for everyone.
I'm not seeing him.
Is your airdrop on?
Yeah, my airdrop is on.
It's on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything is there.
Cybersecurity issues.
The Prime Minister's phone is so well secured that I can't seem to find him.
There it is.
I just did.
iPhone.
Okay, good. Okay, here we go. So you accepted? Good. So ladies and gentlemen, I have just transferred the handbook on information technology in government to our Prime Minister to be the champion of the moving the technology forward. Congratulations, Vicky. Can we? No, she's ready. Have a show fast. She's asked to. And now let's turn off our airdrop. Because the people are the most important part in the process of security. Good? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Governor Holliday and Prime Minister, the Honorable William Marlin, for closing off our presentation this morning. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to invite now to address you and wrap up our session for this afternoon, going into the afternoon period. Please welcome the chairman of the organizing committee for this year's symposium. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Ajamu Bailey.
To adopt a protocol that has already been established. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the Governor of St. Martin, His Excellency Eugene Holliday, I am, as chairman of his symposium organizing committee, pleased to deliver the words of thanks before this distinguished audience to all who have contributed to this symposium. The purpose of which has been to increase awareness of the importance of and risks involved in ICT. That, with the intention of contributing to the further development of an ICT governance agenda towards shaping our nation's future. It is our hope that you have enjoyed and benefited from the symposium and that it has been entertaining, effective, and most of all, educational. First and foremost, thanks to the Almighty, a symposium like this does not organize itself and will not be possible without the efforts and dedication of many persons. I therefore, on behalf of His Excellency, Governor Holliday, hereby thank everyone who has been involved in the planning and realization of the 6th Annual Governor's Symposium. In this regard, I wish to single out a few persons. A very special thanks to the members of the organizing committee, who I hereby invite to join me on the podium. Miss Emilia Thomas Connor. Mr. Dimitri Connor. Miss Dayanara Phillips. Miss Kathy Snyders. Mr. Gerard Richardson. And Mr. Patrick Treisberg. Thank you very, very much for your time, effort, and dedication to this project over the past couple of months. Thank you. Thanks also to the employees of the Cabinet of the Governor, Shurna Archangel, Bianca Levard, Hodge, Sabina Leighton, Miranda Seabrooks, Michael Engelhardt, and Louis Benders. Special thanks to our Honorable Prime Minister William Marlin for his remarks on government's perspective. A sincere word of gratitude to our keynote speaker, Ms. Bernadette Lewis. We are grateful for the insights you have provided on strategy and policies for using ICT. Thank you. A deep sense of appreciation for our featured speakers for accepting the invitation to speak for their interesting and inspiring addresses also. Mr. Jean Arnel, and Mr. Bevel Wooding. Many thanks to our guest panelists, Mr. Kendall Dupersoy. And much gratitude to our moderator, Mr. Roy Richardson. I also express thanks to our MC for the outstanding job today. Thank you. And a great sense of appreciation to the students of the St. Martin Academy, Tatiana, Janora, Kyle, Jerry, Jaden, Jendralal. And also a big thanks to their teachers, head of the ICT department, Ms. Carlene Douglas, CAPE coordinator, Ms. Roxanne Bloomfield, and of course, a heartfelt thank you to the principal, Ms. Tallulah Vanterpool Bailey. Thanks and appreciation to the entire staff of the American University of the Caribbean. Thank you. Ms. Sumita Ellis Singh, Kathy Vollmer, Dariano, Sean, Dennis, Gerard, and in particular, the Executive Dean of the AUC, Ms. Heidi Chumley. Thank you. Thanks also to the Bureau of Tourism, TELEM, Mr. Joe Dominique, Artistic Drive, LCA Studios, Sound 2000, and all the vendors for their services. Thank you. And finally, thanks to you, the audience, for your presence and participation today. Your presence here, taking time out of your busy schedule, is proof that this theme lives, it resonates in society today. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bailey, and of course to the members of the organizing committee. With the vote of thanks, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you very much for working with me as your master of ceremony, and I hereby declare the symposium closed. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the departure of His Excellency Governor Holliday and Mrs. Holliday, accompanied by His Excellency Lucille George Wout and Mr. George Herman, and Excellency Alfonso Burkhardt, followed by the Chair of Parliament, Mrs. Sarah Westcott Williams, and of course, our keynote speaker, Ms. Bernadette Lewis. And also the Prime Minister, the Honorable William Marlin.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and I bid you the best pleasant weekend, and of course, enjoy the rest of your day. Have a pleasant day.